If it sounds okay. Hello, good morning, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It's week 12, the final week of qualification ahead of Champions Week, which kicks off this time next Monday. And what a lineup we have in store for you. We've got some real big names in action. It should be a thrilling 16. Leeds double 12.
Game shot, under match. This would be some of his best, double 12. Welcome to the semi-final, Scott Taylor.
For double 19, prove me wrong, David.
Games on the Thursday.
Any way to go there, Glenn.
Yeah, some big names, some new names joining us here at the Super Series this week, but always returning, It's Matthew Edgar. Matt, it's such an intriguing week in store. We've got some new names of players that have dropped off of the PDC Pro Tour, who are going to be looking to make an instant impact in this competition.
Absolutely. This always brings down to what they're going to be like coming into this. Do you come off the tour and feel I'm the big cheese when I come to this sort of event, or do you come to an event like this and actually feel that maybe it's been a bit of a negative that you've come to this level? So there's questions to be asked. We'll see those unfold, but what a time to be doing it. Week 12, the ideal time to be playing here at the Super Series, because if you win this week, you go straight into Champions Week full of confidence and form.
Well, let's go back to Saturday night first, because it was a really intriguing night's worth of action. Schie, a player who really has been knocking on the door, hasn't he? Here at the Super Series, and well, he managed to get over the line eventually. A player who's won the British Open in the past, and he's turned that success here at the Super Series.
It wasn't success. It hasn't been easy for Schie since winning that British Open. I think that's weighed quite deep and it's weighed quite heavy on him. But when he's actually been coming here or going to the Q School, the Challenge Tours, he's not been playing to that level. We know the level that's in there, and it must be so frustrating. It must be so frustrating for him to not see it come out and to really struggle to bring that to the forefront. But he kind of didn't on Saturday until the most important time, that final game. That's when he brought his best out. That's when we saw the best of Schie, and ended up being a rightly winner.
You could tell the relief and the pride in his face there as he hoisted that trophy aloft. So he's going to be into Champions Week this time next Monday. We're going to find out the final identity into that particular field when we complete week 12. These are the players that are in store for you this week. We begin with Group A this morning, headlined by Ted Evetts. Sebastian Bialecki, who will probably feel like he should have done better at the Lakeside back in December, hit 9 data at Champions Week last time out. But the one at the bottom is a really intriguing one. Steve Hine, the Muffin Man in action.
Good friend of mine, travelled with Steve for many years. I've got many stories which I'll be able to tell you throughout commentary. I literally can write a book on my time with Steve. I've had some great experiences up and down the road over the years. Really excited to see him here and see what he can do, see what's still left in the locker. We know his sort of diary is very sporadic. He's playing on so many various tours, so it'd be good to see him sort of knuckle down and focus on this week.
I want to get your take on the betting, because an interesting bookie's favourite when we have a look at the weekly outrights, and that is Sebastian Bialecki at 4-1. Agreement in your eyes, considering the field that we've got?
No, absolutely not. You've got people in there like John Schie, who's just coming in off the Pro Tour, Ross Montgomery, Bradley Brooks, all coming in off the Pro Tour. Ted Evetts has known nothing but the Pro Tour ever since he was a teenager.
One player I want to talk about when it comes to Group A is Jimmy Van Schie, a player who's really coming through the periphery of the lens. Actually played the doubles final yesterday in Assen at the Dutch Open alongside Jeroen Meok. He's a player who is very much on the up and could potentially take this Super Series stage like a duck to water. The fact that he's played at the Dutch Open, well, that says a lot.
Did you mean to do that? A player on the up?
I didn't actually mean that. No, why?
Because he's massive. He's a really, really tall. Wait till you see him. Really tall. Wait till you see him. He's so tall. But yeah, he's been playing well. I saw him in Romania. He won the title over there. He was very very confident throughout. He's got a plan. I had a good chat with him this morning. He knows what he wants to do. He knows the direction of his career, and so far it's going the right way for him. And this could be a real breakout year for Jimmy.
Talking about players that will be hoping to get this year right. Ted Evetts, I suppose, definitely in that category, isn't he?
He is. He's someone I think's just been a bit void of confidence recently. When you're on the Pro Tour, you can take a lot of hits and a lot of knocks, and you start to wonder where my next win's going to come from. I feel like he's been in that attitude a little bit today. I was just watching the players for 20 minutes this morning, having a throw on the stage, and even then, when he was having a practice, he was getting frustrated with darts. It's like it's weighing heavy on him, and I think he needs to start well here.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bet builder says today, and see what today's action is going to bring to. It's a treble which is worth 6 to 1, and I can tell you there's a fair few of you that have been thinking of this at home. Sebastian Bialecki to get the better of Scott Taylor at even money. Over 96.5 checkout in the Bialecki Evetts game. I know you hate them, Matt, at 5 to 6, and the match handicap Ted Evetts to get the better of Body Holtkamp at 10 to 11. 6 to 1. I know you don't like the overs and unders on the checkouts, but the other two, what's your thoughts?
I actually don't mind it this time, ironically, because actually that's a game where I do expect to go all the way, so you're going to get lots of legs and lots of opportunity. I just think you're a very brave man if you're going to be taking on Scott Taylor in any games, because we know what he's capable of. We've seen him post 113 average on this stage before. He's explosive, and he'll come from then he'll go average 70. Is sort of the play you just want to avoid on all costs.
18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, we're going to kick off with a real heavyweight battle in our Week 12 action. It's Scott Taylor, a man who won on this stage with 109 average against Andy Bolton around about this time last year. He takes on Sebastian Bialecki, the man that ended Luke Littler's reign as champion in this competition back in October. He's also hit a 9-darter at the last Champions Week. This should be some way to kick off a scintillating week's worth of action. And if you want to be here on Saturday night, or indeed any Saturday night, well, have a look at this and you can be here. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway for Week 12's worth of action. Scott Taylor is going to get us underway against Sebastian Bialecki. But what a week we've got in store. And I want to quickly talk about what's coming on later on in the week, because we're going to see some real exciting new names in action. I think Bradley Brooks is probably the one that's going to catch the eye. A man, of course, who was involved in that infamous game against Willie Borland, where he managed to hit that 9-dart, didn't he, Willie Borland, to go on and win that match. He's going to be joined alongside John O'Shea. But let's get our action underway. We're going to be watching Scott Taylor in action against Sebastian Bialecki, and Matthew Edgar has made his way to the commentary box.
Morning everyone, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series, the most important week, or the last opportunity to get yourself through to Champions Week. And we're going to be kicking it off with a main event style match here. Two people that have had lots of success here at the Super Series. Sebastian Bialecki, the man that actually stopped the run of Luke Littler, the man who was dominating in this field, the back-to-back champion. Went on to beat Andy Bolton in that final and book himself a place in Champions Week. Ended up hitting a 9-darter there somewhere. Scott Taylor has also been Champions Week. Ended up with that 109 average. Again, Andy Bolton, someone who probably glad to see the back of both of these players right now. Scott Taylor, plenty of success here though. Finals against Barry Van Peer, finals against Matty Dennant. But he's up against the 20-year-old Polish, the Bolt player who played at Lakeside not too long ago, the WDF World Championship, losing out to the then world champion, or the now world champion, Andy Bartons. And I'm joined today by someone who also played in that WDF World Championship, Laura Turner.
Hi, albeit very briefly.
But you was there.
I was there. The hard thing is getting there. The hard thing is getting there. You know, that's the journey, but actually getting up there and doing it, yeah, that seems to be where I tend to slip up, over the last few years.
Wasn't just yourself, your partner also qualified as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and Mike Gillett's my brother-in-law. So, you know, a regular here at MODUS Super Series. It was a bit of a family event over that opening weekend.
Family affair at Lakeside. I always like the sort of family stories, and we'll be getting touching on those a little bit later on when Steve Hine takes to the stage. He's coming up in match number 3 today. But this is all about Scott Taylor and Bialecki both looking to kickstart their campaigns and get their week up and running here in Group A.
Sound at all from 139. 96.
Sebastian Bialecki went to Q School this year, as did Scott Taylor. Sebastian Bialecki came in at the second round phase, but it wasn't a successful hunting ground there for Sebastian Bialecki. He did go out in the last 1-8 on 3 occasions, and that will be a disappointing start to the year for him. But the good thing about darts at the moment is there's always something new around the corner, and here at the Super Series, he's got a chance to sort of put that right, get himself straight into Champions Week. I don't mind that either, staying on the treble 20 there too. Trying to lead the double 11. But Scott Taylor tops. Nice, comfortable holder throw there for Scott Taylor to kickstart his campaign.
And you kind of look at the lineup and you just think that this is almost like this could be a final, couldn't it? It still could be for this week, for that final spot in Champions Week.
Well, that's one thing about the Super Series you feel at the moment. Like every week, sort of getting stronger now. You look at the lineup this week, and this week could be a Champions Week lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said before, you know, the players that either lose their tour card or don't gain one, it's kind of to our benefit. We get to see them here. They get to work on their game and come back hopefully stronger for Q School next year.
59.
Bialecki's one of those players that you just feel it's more of a matter of when rather than if he gets that tour card. Picked up a WDF gold ranked event last year over in Denmark, which is the reason as to why he got that spot at Lakeside. Did reach the second round, beat Scott Marsh in the opening game before going out to Andy Bartons. But Andy Bartons that week, I think, was just going through everybody, wasn't he? Looked very solid.
Yeah, he went into it as the favourite and didn't disappoint. Scott Taylor not disappointing here.
140. Sebastian Carr 128.
Bit of an enigma. You don't gain anything from it. If anything, it probably dents you even further.
Yeah, it feels like a struggle, doesn't it? Especially when it's your hold in a race to 4. It's so important. He's going to have to find a break, but it looked like he was struggling just to hold the throw there.
134.
Oh, that's a beautiful lie that for Scott Taylor. He'll be expecting a 140. He'll be disappointed with that. One thing about Scott Taylor is he tries to keep his emotions in check, but it just tends to boil over a little bit for him. He's one of those that likes to be cool and collected, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, I think there's probably a few players we could mention a bit like that.
Another solid leg here for Scott Taylor, leaving 1-2-1 after 9. That's very hard to break, and if you do that, you're just fully in control of the match.
87. Scott Carr 121.
We'll talk about those loose darts. Another one there for Bialecki. He had the option of 25 or ball to leave a finish. Instead, has give Scott Taylor
81.
the luxury of a free setup shot here.
Yeah, really is steady stuff here from Scott Taylor. And again, as you've mentioned, that loose start from Bialecki.
You tend to find this in these early morning games, 9:46 a.m. here in the UK. Not a traditional time for elite level darts. Unless you're Scott Taylor, he seems to find it very easy. probably will never happen again, because for that to happen as well, you need your partner not to hit something big, so you can have the opportunity to hit the 180s.
44.
So Taylor's going to need some 180s here, a long, long way back. Seems to be a game that's just following that pattern of whoever throws first seems to win it
Sebastian
comfortably.
Car 138. $98.
I like the care and attention there from Bialecki. He moved across the hockey to open up the bed. Didn't just try throwing one over the top and risk going into the treble 20 and busting the score. Played around the dart into the nice big open bed, left himself on tops. And levels us up.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Down to a best of 3 here in the opening fixture.
I know it's early on, it's the first game of this session, but we've already seen a few slips from Bialecki. And I think, like you say, that due care and attention, if you can keep that focus, because we both know going for those single numbers, you kind of expect them to go in, and sometimes you just go in, and sometimes you just need that additional bit of focus just to make sure. And it worked well there for Sebastian.
It's that sort of challenge sometimes. It feels like it's easy to hit the big number, so you almost just throw it without that care. And obviously, as Bialecki's already demonstrated today, you can often miss. Sometimes the more simple task. How many times you come to the board for something like 5 and you never go a dart at the double because you missed the big one?
It's that thing in your head, isn't it? Just make sure of the big one, and and you know as soon as you've said that to yourself, it's going to go in a 20 or an 18 or a double one or a treble one. It's just never that one target that you want. So, yeah, it's just that additional care and attention and confidence, just going for it.
139.
The mind is a funny thing, isn't it? It plays tricks with us all the time. But Scott Taylor, just like the last couple of legs when he's thrown first, very dominant on throw. Big power scoring again, leaves a finish after 9.
100. Scored a car 167.
He's almost forcing Bialecki, if he's going to get that breaker throw, to have to go out in 12 or hope that Scott Taylor makes mistakes.
102. $140. Scored a car 65.
Goes in the ball, so 15, double 4.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
and that
full
was a
leg.
well adjusted there from Scott Taylor. Sometimes it can throw you when you get the you don't hit the target you're actually going for, but absolutely cool, calm and collected, and still going with throw.
It can throw you as well when you go for the 25 and you hit the ball, because you've got that little voice in the back of your head that goes, yeah, of course that happens. When you want the ball, you get the 25. When you want the 25, you get the ball.
$96.
He's now a leg away. If you are new to the Super Series, best of 7, first to 4, all the way through from match number 1 to the final game.
135.
2 points for a win. 3 days of action here in Group A. Top player automatically will be qualifying through to Saturday night's final. Positions 2 and 3
55.
will be taking places in Group B with 4, 5 and 6 in Group C. And, well, the players we've got joining us in those groups this week. Wow. You want to get out of this and get it done and have those couple of days off.
99.
Yeah, I do find it's quite important, especially with Group A, if you can get through, like you say, you get those couple of days, because essentially then you can be playing for 6 days consecutively if you do make it. If you don't make it through Group A, but do make it to finals night, it can be quite tiring for players that aren't used to it.
Oh, I've done this where you play a Group A and then a Group B campaign, then the Saturday. I think I was in bed for about 3 days afterwards.
138.
Beautiful timing here from Scott Taylor to ask the question of Bialecki.
72.
He's himself on a double after 12. Should be getting a dart here. Does.
52.
But that might be the only one he gets here, because Scott Taylor coming back with 3 darts in hand for the match.
Game shot on the
And a
match.
great start to the campaign for Scott Taylor. A comfortable victory in the end there. Against Sebastian Bialecki. He looked very, very good on his throw, but then wraps it up at the end with a nice 13 dart leg there. An average of 95.76. Kickstarts his campaign. Sebastian Bialecki will take plenty of positives from that. Both 50% on the doubles. Both looking good here on Group A. And coming up next, you've got Ted Evetts taking on Jimmy Van Schnee.
I'm not sure that's what I was looking at. I take it he's ABC Europe.
Yes.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Scott Taylor get the better of Sebastian Bialecki in our first game of the week by 4 legs to 2. Now, before we get into our next game between Ted Evetts and Jimmy Van Schie, those of you watching us online via YouTube or possibly via your bookmakers sites, we apologise for these slight audio issues that we are encountering this morning. If you are watching inside the United Kingdom, you can head over to Sporty Stuff TV. That's Sky Channel 427 or their website sportystuff.tv, and you'll be able to hear us without any audio interruptions. Right, next up for us, Ted Evetts up against Jimmy Van Schie. For Ted, well, he dropped off the tour at the back end of 2023. He takes on Jimmy, who really has kicked on at the end of last year, and he's moved that form into the beginning of this year. It's a really intriguing second game of the day, it's fair to say. Let's head down to Laura and Matt to describe it all in the commentary box.
First leg is Ted to throw first. Game on.
For the first time in, well, since Ted Evetts was a teenager,
47.
we're going to watch Ted Evetts throw darts as not a PDC tour card holder. He is a player who has took a little bit of inspiration, but also a little bit of a kick
84.
from what's been going on in the world of darts recently. When you look at people like Dimitri Vandenberg as the world match play champion, and Luke Humphries, who's the champion of pretty much everything these days. And he looks back to his days when he was on the development tour, and
140.
he was picking up all those titles while those players was below him. But it's been a bit of a flip-flop in the last couple of years, and since then he's dropped off the tour for the very first time. It has happened to him before, but he's gained that card
137.
straight back, and this year was unable to do so. And he sort of, to me, replicates that sort of story of someone like Josh Payne, who dropped off the tour, came here to the Super Series and did the challenge
59.
tours, and it was all about going back and getting that card back, and he did. And I feel like Ted's going to go on that very similar journey.
Yeah, and I hope he does. He's been one of those players, as you say, he's been there or thereabouts, but it's very difficult on the
59.
Pro Tour, especially when you're striving to get up into those ranked tournaments. The amount of difference it makes, and obviously famously had the early exit against Fallon Sherrick back in 2019 when she became the first woman to obviously win a match at the World Championships.
95.
And it's just been just one of those kind of on-off struggles for Ted. But as you say, hopefully he can come here, show everyone what he can do, and just build up that confidence, I guess, to take it back into Q School next year.
100. Ted Ricard, 160.
Very much so. There's an incredible documentary around that Ted Evetts Fallon Sherrick game where it tells you the other side of the story, which was the knock that it had to Ted Evetts, because it wasn't just what happened on stage
100.
that day, it
Jimmy
was
O'Connor,
everything that came after it as
121.
well.
Yeah, I mean, from a women's game point of view, what it did for us, we've now got a women's series, we've got the women's match play, we've obviously got 2
97.
places in the Grand Slam of Darts, 2 places in the World Championship. So from that point of view, it's been great for the women's game, but that was close. Ted knew that was close. Great adjustment there from Ted Evetts.
Second leg, Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Now, Ted Evetts is actually quite a tall chap. But he actually looks quite small up here against Jimmy. I was having a chat with Jimmy earlier on, and
95.
I had to go stretch my neck afterwards because I was completely looking up at him. He's a very, very tall player. Just taking a look here at the equipment of Ted Evetts, and they do seem to be a little bit tinkering
60.
potentially here with the equipment. Maybe a new year, new bit of tungsten. Little changes can make big differences, if only in their mind.
Well, yeah, just look at Stephen Bunting at the
82.
Masters. He's been tinkering with his darts. Obviously, famously had the lightest set of darts, added a few grams to it, and just say over the last 12 months or so has just been a different player, and congratulations to him for winning last night.
57.
Just taking a look through the history of Ted Evetts, and you see when he was playing on that development tour throughout those years, his win percentage sort of up at the 70% sort of area. And then when he's
100.
sort of graduated, become a bit too old to play on those tours, and he's only got those pro tours, we see his win percentage drop to 43%, 40%, and you just sort of feel like you're
59.
losing more than you're winning, and it doesn't matter where you're winning, whether it's the development tour or the pro tour. If you're winning, you're feeling good, you're feeling confident. And when you look at someone like Michael van Gerwen, who
44.
famously dropped onto the development tour it was at the time and started winning again, look what he's done for him.
Yeah, and if you're one of those players that kind of needs to play regularly at a competitive level, if you're going out early doors in the Pro
96.
Tours and you don't have the development tour available to you anymore, then you are playing less and less. I sometimes think, sitting at the top of that challenge tour where you have the opportunity to play here, the opportunity to play challenge tour and step up into the Pro Tour, I do think that gives you a lot of opportunities to play a
140.
lot of matches.
And that's something that we're going to get from Jimmy this year, because he's some of these players that have everything open to them, and he's planning on using the entire system as well. He was telling me today that he's got some really good sponsorship this year that's going to
79.
allow him to travel and
O'Connor,
allow him to
40.
take part in the various events. He's got a chance here to level up.
Game
And
show the
does.
second leg. Jimmy
He should be a man full of confidence right now. He's just picked up a silver-ranked WDF title over in Romania. That
Third leg,
giving him
Ted
a
to throw
good haul of
first.
points,
Game on.
getting him close towards that lakeside qualifying position. He also played in the final of the Dutch Open pairs just yesterday, which you can imagine has made quite interesting transportation
96.
journeys to get over here for an early start in Portsmouth. He originally was planning on getting the train, but that would have made him arrive in
58.
Portsmouth at 5 a.m. in the morning, and I don't know about you, but I think sleep's quite an important thing.
It's rather important, especially after a day of playing the day before. I totally agree. But he's here, and yeah, we're grateful.
134.
He ended up getting a taxi in the end. Arrived in Portsmouth around 12 o'clock, which that's not bad when you're playing over in the Dutch Open.
100.
Ended up getting that runners-up spot there, so again, further progression. And the thing I really like about Jimmy is he was sat home watching the Super Series, and he goes, I could do that. And he was sort of
100.
ambling around trying to get an invitation to come here, and he couldn't get one. So he went, do you know what? I'm going to go to the qualifiers then. I'm going to show you I'm good enough to do so. And he won 4 qualification
140.
spots.
So not just one. One wasn't enough. Just really wanted to prove a point.
I think it's a great story because we get messages all the time of people saying, oh, I could play the Super Series. I'm good enough to do that. I'm better than these players.
131.
Well, Jimmy's a fine example. If you think that, get to your ADC qualifiers. You can come here and you can prove it.
$133. Ted Buchanan 40.
Yeah, Jimmy just putting a little bit of pressure on this tops for Ted.
Getting shot on the
Yeah,
third
but really
leg.
used
Ted
that
Evetts.
first start very well. Great guide, and 2-1 to Ted Evetts.
When
Fourth
you're
leg,
a
Jimmy
player
to
like
throw
Ted
first.
Evetts, who's been on
Game
the tour for many years, and when I was chatting to him earlier, I got this exact vibe, and it was very similar to like when I came off the tour after 10 years or so. You come into something like this and you think, I'm the big
140.
cheese, I'm better than all of these players, and then you start going into the practice room with them and you look at me and think, wow, there's more than 128 dart players in the world. There's actually quality all around, because you end up getting put in this bubble environment where you're sort of away from the reality of darts. All you know is those 128 players, and you're touring around with them everywhere you go, and you forget the quality that exists elsewhere. And I feel like Ted's going to get a bit of an insight to that
95.
over this week.
Yeah, I agree. I guess when you've played the players as well and had the wins that you've had over certain players over such a long career, as you say, when you come in here, you definitely don't feel like the
84.
underdog, but that can give itself its own pressure. That can make you think, well, I should be winning this. But as you say, the depth of talent is unbelievable at the moment. So many avenues, as we've been talking about, for players to play on, and a lot of them making the most of it.
60.
Jimmy will be making the most of it. We've mentioned he's going to be doing those WDF. He's going to have a attack towards Lakeside, but he's also going to be doing the Challenge Tour as well. He's going to be here plenty of times at the Super Series after winning 4 tickets through the ADC.
140.
I guess all he really needs is more weekends. Just feels like a very busy schedule already.
He needs a Jimmy cloning
60.
machine, doesn't he? He needs to have 2 versions of himself. But he did say that he was just looking for that sort of big moment, that big stage sort of game, and he said he actually felt nervous when
60.
he played
Jimmy
in
O'Connor,
Romania in the semi-finals
144.
on stage, but then after that game he just felt at home with everything. And you look at where his career's going since that point and the wins that he's been getting, he's certainly looking comfortable on the Super Series stage as well.
128. Ted Buchanan 157.
Yeah, and that is a great set-up shot there from Jimmy. Ted with an opportunity, but needs to find perfection. And it's not going to go.
$94. Jimmy O'Connor 16.
So for 2 apiece, 8. Now is that awkward? Looks like he's blocked it. Yep. Just trying to find Just a position on the oche where he's got makes it the biggest target he can.
He's got to come over the top of that, but he doesn't like from the left. The left is the right shot. Left and over. Any normal person would say they're throwing from about 9 foot, but he's probably throwing from about 2. What a dart that was from Jimmy. Goes left, goes over the top. Beautiful dart. And for Ted Evetts stood at the back of the stage there, you think, this is fantastic. He's never going to get it in from there. I've got an opportunity to come back. And then they throw the worldy dart. But this is the experience of Ted Evetts here. He doesn't take the blow. The blows don't land.
$100.
Yeah, back in again.
He has had multiple 9 darters across his career, Ted Evetts. 3 in total. He'd love to have another one of those up there on that Super Series stage.
97.
We've seen many now 9 darters on there. Conor Hine set the trend, but I think the biggest one we've seen so far in terms of the reaction would have been someone Ted Evetts probably doesn't want me to mention, is Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah, there's not many more first things that Fallon can kind of do. I'm sure if there are, she'll find a way of doing it. But this here, great response from Ted Evetts.
36.
Dominant leg from Ted here, looking at a 10 darter.
Game shot of
completes the 10.
Ted Evetts.
10 for Ted.
Six leg, Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but still just a hold a throw there for Ted. Very good one. But what can Jimmy find in response?
100.
It's a game very replicated of our first match, really, isn't it? Where it just sort of holds a throw, and then Scott Taylor at this point put in a big leg to take the 4-2 victory against Sebastian Bialecki. But this is positive, and this is good signs for Ted Evetts. He told me this morning that when it starts bad, it just goes bad. Even if it starts bad in practice, he's just not got it to turn around. So, real positive signs here for Ted, though. It's starting well, and maybe he'll just continue throughout the day.
134.
On the 5th leg, and Ted just averaging just above 100. And as you say, for an opening match, it's sometimes you, as you say, you don't quite know what version of yourself is going to turn up. Sometimes it takes you a little while to warm into matches, but yeah, both these players playing very well, hit the ground running.
Especially when you don't know the environment here, because it's like when you go into a venue, you don't know where the toilets are, you don't know where things are positioned, and that does have an effect. Feeling comfortable in the surroundings and the environment. But the one thing that is the same is when you get on that hockey, the board's round,
96.
the segments are green and red. Doesn't matter what's going on around it. When you get there, you find that sort of comfort, happy space, which both these players are doing in this fixture. Really good performance here. Ted Evetts just shy of a ton on the average, and Jimmy in the mid-90s.
170.
This would be some way to wrap it up.
$56. Jimmy O'Carr 70.
Offers with 20, double 16 to level the match.
54. Ted O'Carr 114.
So 114 required here for Ted to take this opening match for them.
Treble 18 leaves tops.
74.
Match start
Jimmy O'Carr
for
16.
Ted Evetts. And he may have to wait another 501 points. This is a target that Jimmy hit from about 15 foot not too long ago.
Game shot on the
Does it the easy way this time. Nice open target. first start, and we're going all the way.
Yeah, a bit less drama with that attempt, but
Seventh and final
good
leg,
sportsmanship.
Ted, you
Nice
through first.
fist
Game
pump
on.
at 3 apiece. But all gone with throw so far, so Ted obviously hoping for that trend to continue.
140.
Be hoping to break a trend, though, that has been the recent form, because Jimmy's been in this pitch situation a lot recently, and he's come out on the positive side, where Ted Evetts won't have as much positive experience to draw on, but he is playing extremely well in this game. 60% on the doubles, 98 the average. Does have the overall experience, does have that bit of
100.
name factor as well, which Jimmy will be very aware of what Ted Evetts has achieved in this game. But Jimmy, he's doing his job well here, just staying in contact,
99.
staying in touch, hoping for a Ted Evetts mistake.
Yeah, but Ted Evetts on throw, just been very collected, very cool, very calm. As you say, Jimmy just needs that opportunity, and once again, that last start for the treble leaves himself on 164. See, now Jimmy's finding himself chasing, knows he's going to need at least 2 trebles, can't find it.
58. Ted Ricard, 164.
Big advantage now, Ted Evetts. He knows he's got 6 starts from here. Essentially, this is a set-up shot here, because I wouldn't expect to see Ted go for the ball. He's going to set it up beautifully. Sets it up perfectly.
124.
12 darts taken for Ted Evetts to leave himself on tops of the match. All Jimmy can do now is just hit and hope.
98. Ted Ricard, 40. Game shot and the
Well,
man,
Ted Evetts has dropped off the PDC Pro Tour for the first time since he was a teenager. He has joined us here at the MODUS Super Series, and he has joined us with absolute perfect start there. A 4-3 victory over the man who picked up a title recently in Romania, and the standard continues to be impressive so far here today. A 96.65 average for Ted Evetts to kickstart his campaign, his debut campaign here at the MODUS Super Series, which is what we're going to see in our next game. Steve Hine taking on Ollie Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Super Ted Evetts get the better of Jimmy Van Schie in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Well, next up, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it is Muffin Man in the house. Steve Hine is here at the Super Series. I haven't checked for any baked goods as of yet. He takes on Ollie Holtkamp. Debut for him here at the Super Series. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar alongside Laura Turner.
I can confirm, Henry, no muffins as of yet. Very disappointing from the Muffin Man. He normally brings us some good baked goods. Remember his walk-ons at the Alley Pally where he'd go around giving out the muffins. But for me, the most famous one was when he gave Wayne Mardle one of the muffins at the World Match Play, and he wasn't too impressed, shall we say. He ended up throwing it off the stage.
First.
Yeah, there are some unique nicknames. This, to me, is definitely up there with one of them.
Good
171.
friend of mine, Steve Hine. I can tell you many a stories throughout this week, so there'll be plenty
59.
of story time with Hine. But for Holtkamp, this is my first opportunity to cast an eye over him and see what we can
96.
see within his game. And to me, he strikes me as one of those players that they've been out there on the various tours and haven't found too much
140.
success. But when they come to the Super Series and they get that sort of perfect preparation and that setup that we have here at the Super Series, I think he's going to be one of those people that we see the best of, and he really
46.
sort of excels beyond what we've seen over the last 12 months, because over the last 12 months, the average is only coming up at
132.
76.10. But there have been some real positive signs in there. He reached the last 16 at Switzerland, losing out to Neil Duff. He made the final in Slovak.
58.
You know what those tournaments are like. They're not easy events.
No, not at all. Not at all.
100. Oliver Carr, 130.
Advantage slightly in the favour of Steve Hine in this opening leg. Single or treble. Oh, double 8.
140.
I was expecting the kind of
70.
staying on the 20s. 20 with a left in ball.
23.
Especially with Steve Hine on the
Oliver Carr,
finish as well.
16.
There was no consideration that what his opponent is
He's on
doing.
the
He's
first
certainly
leg.
playing the
Ollie
board in
Holtkamp.
his own style and his own way, and it's working out for him so far. He takes the opening leg.
Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, although that worked out on that occasion, that is to me quite a
59.
risky version of play when someone like Steve, as you say, is sat on a potential 2-dart checkout.
Let's take a look at what we've seen so far in those opening games. The lowest average we've seen is 91 from Sebastian
46.
Bialecki. It's been good darts from all 4 players so far. And if you do those sort of shots, you're going to get punished in a group like this. Sometimes that board
85.
management, well, it has to be vital at times.
Yeah, it's a huge part of the game. I think it's one of the key areas where improvement can be made, because we've seen players, we know they can hit 180s, we know they can hit back-to-back 180s, but when
58.
things go slightly awry, that's when the board management comes into play. And I think Luke Littler at the moment is just one of those prime examples. He starts working things out from the first dart that he
58.
throws at the board. He knows how to leave a 170, he knows how to hit a 134, but just the way he uses the entire board.
The evolving game of darts. And someone who's seen all the evolutions of darts, Steve Hine,
180.
played on the various tours. He's been playing on the seniors, the ADC, the WDF, the
72.
PDC. He's certainly using the system, but not really committing to one.
No, you missed one out as well, because happened to be playing against Warwickshire yesterday. He was at the UKDA. He was playing in the A team yesterday against Taslot.
99.
He's actually been playing county since 1992. First played in September 92, which was a month after one of the greatest
41.
summer slams
Oliver
ever
Carr,
at Wembley Arena.
118.
I'll have to take your word for it. I'm not as knowledgeable as yourself and Nicholson when it comes to anything WWE.
61.
Steve not on a finish here on the 186, so he throws in a bit of danger here.
121 on the car 57.
I like that from Stevie. It's the big shot, then looks at the scoreboard.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah,
Ollie
but what is that? I
Holtkamp.
like this from Holtkamp. Very composed.
A couple of maximum visits in there as
Third
well.
leg,
He's got
Ollie,
the
the third
breaker
first.
throw. It's
Game
all in his hands here.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, although statistically averaging around the mid-70s over the last year or so, already just over 90. I know we're only a couple of legs in
58.
and it's early, but it's an indication that he has got those levels. And I think the Super Series is one of those perfect places that if you can just get into that rhythm and get that confidence, you've
134.
got a lot of matches in front of you. You can really, really push on.
We was talking earlier, wasn't we, about family affairs and
60.
the family traits that you had at Lakeside. Steve Hine got family affairs as well, hasn't he? His daughter
96.
Courtney playing for...
You're gonna laugh. She played my mum at county yesterday.
Is any member of your family not play darts?
Actually, no, not really. Not my immediate family. My middle sister doesn't really.
41.
She can. But my youngest sister is married to Mike. She's played county. My mum plays for Hampshire. Obviously, Aaron, brother-in-law.
140.
Yeah, no, there's quite a few of us. And my daughters, not to fail to mention them.
42.
You have a good Christmas
Supercar
open at your house, don't you?
131.
Well, they like it because we've got one of the scolias. So no one has to worry about chalking.
83.
Sloppy last start there from the Muffin Man, but he's got plenty of time on his hands here to try and get that advantage of throw back. We'll need to break Holtkamp twice
82.
now in this fixture.
Supercar 48.
He does have a high ceiling. Steve Hine was once dubbed the king of the qualifiers.
16.
Back in the day when the PDC used to have qualifying events, he was getting into the Grand Prix, the match play, doing that qualifying system. Had a good run at the UK Open.
140.
Do
Supercar
you feel
52.
now that he's in a situation this has to go?
Game shot on the third leg. Steve
Yeah,
Hine.
and go it does. And that's a break back for Steve Hine.
Fourth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned about that sort of commitment
59.
of Steve Hine. Sort of spreads himself very thin, doesn't he? Playing on various tours. And I asked him this morning, I says, is there a plan to sort of focus on one of the tours more than the other? And he's like, no, I just play darts wherever
56.
I can. And it's like, he kind of just does the bare minimum. To get here, he had to get obviously through the vault system, and he just turned up to the bare minimum amount of vaults that had qualified him. He qualified in position 31.
Yeah, I just think sometimes when there is so much, there's so much on offer now when it comes to
100.
the tournaments you can play in. I think perhaps that's what some players are actually looking to do, to kind of just do enough to make sure they get through.
83.
But like anything, there are just some players that just love playing darts and they have their favourite tournaments. I'm sure you've got your favourite tournaments. I know I do. I'm going back to Slovakia in February. Looking forward to that. But just like to keep, I'd like to kind of keep my hand in to
90.
do a bit of everything now.
Bit of everything is what he's been doing for sure.
100.
Did
26.
reminisce on a few stories today with Steve Hine, and there was one who was like,
Supercar
oh, don't tell that
138.
one. And I'm like, no, Steve, I've got to now because you reminded me of it. It's
58.
around the sort of county period and around the county days where it's up in Wigan. It might have been Q School actually, and Warwickshire was playing away to Lancashire, which was actually just down the road. We were sat in the Chinese and the phone was ringing from our
140,
county secretary who
Supercar
wanted
80.
Steve to play, and he realised what he was phoning for. So Steve was passing the phone around, seeing if someone would answer it for him.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Answered his
Steve
prayers
Hine.
in that one, levels it up. Steve Hine could need to find another breaker throw from somewhere.
Fifth leg, Ollie to throw first. Game on.
He ended up passing it to someone who answered the phone and was like, oh, sorry, Steve's left his phone behind. So they'd stopped ringing him. And then all the players were
24.
sat with their phones in front of them waiting for the phone to ring again. It was quite a funny meal, but all started by Steve. He could just answered the phone and gone and played. He'd play, like say, this weekend.
54.
I asked him, I says, are you playing darts now, Steve, because you want to play with Courtney? And he's like, absolutely, because it's great being able to play in the same team as my daughter. And I said, is that just for home games, Steve? He says, no, doing the away games as
93.
well. So I played away this weekend. Hampshire. Literally like 10 minutes away.
36.
But yeah, you can't deny it. He did play an away match. It just happened to be right on the doorstep of the MODUS Super Series.
I
96.
have a feeling if it was Devon, he might not have gone. There is some travelling to be done on that county circuit, isn't there? I believe it's a bit more...
60.
Is it a bit more condensed now, a bit more regionalised, or is that just the plans for the future?
No, it's one of those things that's been discussed, and I think perhaps I'm kind of one that's all for it, but logistically, it isn't how practical it is. But no, at the moment, I know you've got
140.
places like you've got Humberside away, and you could be in Cornwall and have to kind of make that all Northumberland. So those arduous journeys are still happening. But
148.
perhaps it's something they can look at towards it in the future if it's something that needs to be looked at.
$62.
Well, Steve will see this as a bit of an opportunity here.
$100. On the lookout, 86.
Just taking a little bit of sting out the game as well here, Steve Hine. He's one of those that can adjust the pace and still maintain the same level of performance.
61. Steve Lucar, 111.
An opportunity here, just one treble will give him a dart at the double. Make it 2 trebles now.
$93. On the lookout, 25.
Yeah, would have been disappointed with that attempt to adjust for the treble 20, and now Holtkamp back for 25.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Ollie Holtkamp.
Yeah, an important leg there, I feel, for Holtkamp. Just stops that little run that Steve Hine started going on, won the last 2 prior.
6 leg Steve to throw
Now
first.
he finds
Game
himself
on.
just one within winning the opening match. All games so far have gone the way of whoever has thrown
100.
first.
Feeling a group like this where the standard's so similar between the players that's kind of what we're going to get. With that throw advantage is going to be quite a big advantage.
95.
Just makes you think how big that miss on the double 18 there for Steve Hine on
100.
that 111 might be. Come the conclusion of this fixture.
Yeah, as you say, could be very costly indeed. Does need to find that break of throat. Needs perfection from now on, Steve Hine, if he's going to win.
101.
Steve Hine is someone who'll sort of look at the field as well and sort of analyse, like,
60.
is this a tough group? Is it an easy group? Where am I going to get my wins? And you would have looked at this and thought, right, that's a fixture I need to win. And then, because he'll be very, very well aware of the players that are in this group and the quality they possess and how they've
57.
started as well, because sometimes you see names on paper and you think that's going to be tough, but they don't produce, and, well, everyone's producing so
42.
far.
Yeah, they really are. As you say, though, I've looked at the Super Series over the course of the last few weeks as well. I don't think there has been an easy week. I think the standard has been exceptional.
It's getting harder and harder all the time here at the Super Series, and that's down to the
140.
globalisation of the product now, and seeing players join us from Asia, lots more from Europe with the ADC partnership.
96. On the lookout, 108.
This is an opportunity for Holtkamp to start the perfect way. Oh, and he's lost the dart. It was in the treble. It was rejected.
76. Steve Lucar, 103.
But he's recovered really well. He's left himself on double 16 for the match. Should Steve Hine not be able to take out the 103, which he's not able to do so.
91. On the lookout, 32.
Now this for the match.
Game shot on the
And
match.
it is
Holtkamp.
Ollie Holtkamp that does take the victory, wins 4-2 over Steve Hine, which has just tailed off towards the back end of the match. 82-69 there for Holtkamp. Steve Hine with an 83-42, but that checkout percentage for Holtkamp made all the difference. Was so accurate on the doubles, 57% compared to 28 for Steve Hine. But coming up next, we have Sebastian Bialecki against Ted Evetts.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first round has all been won on throws so far. Victories for Scott Taylor, Ted Evetts, and before the break, Ollie Holtkamp, who got the better of Steve Hine by 4-2. Well, next up for us, Sebastian Bialecki in action up against Super Ted Evetts on a weekend where, well, we've been going bunting mental, haven't we, at the Masters? And one of our commentators walks onto his same wall contract, titanium by Schie. Let's find out which one it is, Matt and Laura.
Yep, that's
First
me.
leg,
Unless it's you as well, Matt.
first.
I'm pretty sure it's not. Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
it's quite strange because mentioning Stephen Bunting there. I played youth with Stephen many moons ago, so it was great to see him pick up that kind of first PDC title. But yeah, snap on the songs, and I think I had it
134.
first, and I'm going to claim that I had it before him.
Good generation, that one. It's Stephen Bunting, Kirk Shepherd, Adrian Lewis.
Yeah, James Wade.
100.
How did I not bring James Wade into that conversation? But this seems like a
99.
sort of generational sort of game as well, despite the fact that there sort of are kind of two different generations. You still sort of see Ted as that sort of young player, but I think that's because he's probably not hit the ceiling in terms of what his ability possesses.
100.
They have clashed twice before. Ted Evetts winning both of those games. And we're hoping to keep that run going and be the first player on to 4 points.
82.
Yeah, if Ted can find a win here, he'd also be the first player to have won against the throat. throw proving very important for players so far today.
59.
Ted Evetts was dominant on the development tour. Somewhere Sebastian Bialecki applies his trade now. Remember 2019,
100.
Ted Evetts picking up 8 titles. 8. He picked up 3 the year before. 11 titles across 2 campaigns on that development tour, with the standard of player that Ted Evetts was growing up with. When you think of players like
59.
Luke Humphreys was
Sebastian Ricard,
around that
86.
development tour at the same time. And you look what he's going on to do.
Yeah, I think we're really seeing the kind of fruits of the development tour, aren't we?
Game shot on the first leg.
It was
Sebastian Bialecki.
It's really clinical there from Sebastian Bialecki. Didn't have to go the
Second leg, Ted to
single
throw
18
first.
ball route
Game
with
on.
Ted back, not on a finish, and executed it brilliantly.
He wasn't too far away, Sebastian Bialecki, from picking up a tour card off that
140.
development tour, because we know Gian van Veen already had his card. Luke Littler went on to get into the top 64, so it ended up going to positions 3 and 4, which was Vessel Nyman and Nathan Rafferty.
95.
So Bialecki just £1,000 away from being the tour card holder, and that's how it feels with Bialecki, that he's sort of just knocking on the door all the time, but never quite just getting that last little bit he needs to get on the
58.
tour. And I think once he gets there, we'll probably start seeing him improve. I always look at someone like Richard Veenstra, who was a quality player, but when he tried to get his card, it just didn't happen for him. And now he's got his card, he seems to be playing the darts of his life.
85.
He had a great run, didn't he, at the World Championships? Whitewashed Kim Hybricks. But I agree, I think sometimes when you're that almost person, when you're nearly doing it, and it's almost like the world's kind of conspiring against you. As you say, it's such
93.
fine margins between winning a card and not when it comes to things like the development tour table. You just have to kind of pick yourself up, keep going, just be confident in your own ability, because we know with Bialecki it's definitely there.
57.
Can often quite feel as well like a non-achievement. Like when you're a favourite for something, it's like a non-achievement when you get it. And maybe it's the same for Sebastian Bialecki. It'll mean a lot to him, but
58.
to pundits or media journalists, they'll just be like, oh, he's got it at last. And you sort of move on to the next person because you sort of expect him to have one.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it?
44.
'Cause the world
Ted
does
Ricard,
love an underdog story.
152.
And we've seen that. Not that any of us would ever say that Luke Littler going into it was an underdog, but I think the achievements that he's made and the kind of media attention he's had is because of the story.
120.
Yeah, it's boring. It was great when he was 16. It's boring now he's 17, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's done now.
He's too old now, 17.
$140. Ted Ricard, 32.
Double 16 for a level game here for Ted Evetts.
Game shot on the second leg. Ted Evetts.
You sort of get this sort of from Ted. When Ted seems to be like he is now, where he's got his sort of confidence,
Third
he's
leg,
happy with his
Sebastian to
throw,
throw
he's happy
first.
with his
Game on.
release, he almost becomes quite robotic. He's one of those people you almost envy on a technical side, and the same for Bialecki as well. We've got two sort of very
97.
desirable throws and actions here. Very robotic, very steady pace, just that little stab of the dart. Straight back and straight through.
59.
And as you say,
100.
different in terms of stance between the pair of them, but actually very little body movement when they actually do release. And as you say, it's almost like they've got a calming presence. I mean, watching them, sometimes you can get really involved in a match when someone is quite fiery. And
100 on
a
it.
pair of these, they seem to rely on the fact that they remain calm. Just very collected players.
If there's one little nitpicking thing I can notice with the Ted Evetts throw, is
140.
sometimes you're just dropping the shoulder out. So as he's going to throw that dart through, instead of throwing through to the board, the hand's already going to collect the next dart. And when he does that, you just see that little flick of the fingers rather than the fingers coming through and going down towards the floor. So it's on that release point,
58.
just moving down to collect the second dart.
164.
You see that quite a lot, and you see it quite a lot with people, mostly like on the third dart walking. It's because you know what's coming next. I know I need to collect my dart, so you're sort of
92.
already half doing that while you're still doing the first task, and just occasionally slipping into the Ted Evetts game here on the early darts where he's already moving down before fully projecting that dart.
134. Sebastian McCarr.
Just changes the
72.
release point very slightly.
Well, you try and adjust for it, don't you, as you say, where you've got a different action with your hand. But tops here for Sebastian to make it 2-1.
52. Ted McCarr. 70.
Big opportunity for a player of the quality of Ted Evetts here. When you've been where Ted Evetts has been, one dart's an opportunity.
38.
You can see that from the reaction.
10. Ted McCarr. 32.
Big miss. Big opportunity now for Ted Evetts, not just to win the leg, but to break the throw of Sebastian Bialecki.
Game shot on the third
Big
leg.
hit.
Ted Evetts.
Big moment in this game. That could be the moment that completely turns the game, because Ted Evetts very confidently commanding the hockey there. Just takes the dart out, fills up the exclusion zone, turns his back to Bialecki, just commanding the stage.
60.
Yeah, and he knew, didn't he? Evetts, massive opportunity, real big shake of the head. Can't afford them with the players that we've got in Group 8. You'll get punished, and we've seen that so
137.
far.
$96.
To see that side-on view of the players.
32.
Mentioned earlier on about how Ted Evetts
55.
at his best was playing like things like the development tour. He's almost playing darts on a weekly basis, certainly at the highest level. Hasn't had that opportunity in recent years, but he's actually even gone back to playing Super League again now. Ted Evetts, he's played 9 games for Stockton, and he's sat nicely in the Warwickshire Super League averages. I'm sure he's going to be getting asked on many occasions now, if he's got any weekends free, to once again represent the county, something he did in the A-team on many occasions during his rise on the first mountain. But the idea is to rise that second mountain further than the first, and I would not be surprised if we see Ted just playing a little bit more in sort of the localised events. I know Ted lives about 5 miles from me, actually, and there's a lot more ADC popping up in the area, a lot of Vault, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him start taking part in a couple of those as well. A lot of good local talent in the Warwickshire area.
Sebastian McCarr, 56.
Yeah, very well timed, 180 there from Ted Evetts, his second of the match.
Game shot on the fourth
But
leg.
to no avail, and
Sebastian
Sebastian
Bialecki.
Bialecki just finds that break back. Yeah, you say about the ADC
Fifth leg,
events, I've
Sebastian to
noticed
go
more and
first.
more
Game
people.
on.
We've got one that we run in our local area as well, and more new faces are popping up on the scene. Another one of those formats where you get quite a few, get quite a few games throughout the evening.
43.
It's the great development to darts, because one of the things I used to really dislike about localised darts was the fact that I'd go out and I'd spend most of my night watching other people play darts rather than playing darts myself.
95.
Yeah, something that, as you say, it's something that we've looked at addressing locally with ourselves. We run singles leagues where you get 2-3 matches an evening. And the ADC Volts, they do the same thing. For that exact reason, people go out to
35.
play.
And this is where darts in the UK was going to get left behind, because with the travelling I've done, certainly around places like Iceland, that's all they ever play. Round robins all the time. They hate knockout darts because they want to be playing all night. They don't want to go out
96.
to play one game, or the way that we traditionally do it in the UK, where you play one day and you might play pairs as well.
Don't forget that tiebreaker triple at the end or something. You know, but we've all played in the formats, and they're fun and they're a great introduction. But as you say,
45.
I think in terms of progression, I think the more you can play and the more competitively you can play against other people, then the better it is for your game.
Which is why players love it here at the Super Series, because if you're here for the week, you've potentially got 25 matches
85.
in your group campaign, on stage, in front of cameras. It's a crash course of darts.
$100.
Ted's put himself again in a pretty good position here against the Bialecki throw.
$125.
And Ted just looking to find that break back. Did find the break that he needed, and Bialecki comes straight back. But 100 needed
58.
for Ted
Teddy
Evetts
Carl,
to go
100.
within one leg of the match.
Six darts if he needs them. That's the
Game's on the
advantage of
fifth
having
leg.
those six
Ted
darts. If he
Evetts.
only had three, we may have seen him go tops instead. Persists with the treble 20. Gives us our first
Six
ton
leg
plus
Ted to throw
checkout
first,
of the
game
week. For Bialecki, he may start to panic a little bit here, because this is his second fixture. He lost his opening fixture, which was the opening fixture of this group, going down 4-2 to Scott Taylor. When you look at the quality of the players in this group, you don't want to be chasing.
No, it's one of those groups, isn't it, that you feel that no one's going to
58.
run away with it, but actually potentially someone really could. I think Evetts and Taylor making a very strong starts to their campaign, but long way to go.
134.
This is a mightily impressive start from Ted Evetts. He had a 96-65 in his opening game with 50% on the doubles, and he's rose that here in game number 2.
119.
Do feel that this is the sort of environment we're going to see Ted really excel in.
$99.
Yeah, and Evetts here all the time in the world. Bialecki finds himself in that position where, again, just hitting, hoping, needs Evetts to make a mistake, and he hasn't looked like doing that so
83.
far.
Teddy Carl, 88.
I think hoping is probably the key word there in regards to Bialecki in this fixture. The time on Ted's hands here. Doesn't need to go 18 ball.
56.
He hasn't been missing much. After 12 darts, leaves himself on double 16 for the match. The hope of Bialecki is shrinking.
100. Teddy Carl, 32. Game showing the
Brilliant.
match, Ted Evetts.
Brilliant from Ted Evetts. A fantastic start to his campaign here at the Super Series. Back-to-back victories with back-to-back impressive mid-90 averages from Ted Evetts. He kick-started his campaign with a 4-3 victory over Jimmy Van Schie. He's backed that up with a 4-2 victory over Sebastian Bialecki, keeping his 100% record intact over Sebastian. And he is up and running. 4 points on the board for Ted Evetts. Coming up next, Steve Hine takes on Scott Taylor.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break Ted Evetts made it 2 wins and 2, and he really is lighting up the blue touch paper here at the live lounging pools. We're getting the better of Sebastian Bialecki, who's now lost both of his matches by a 4-2 scoreline. Right, next up for us, we're going to see the Muffin Man in action. Steve Hine takes to the Oki against Scott Taylor. Victory for him last time out. Can he make it 2 from 2? Let's find out in the company of Matt and Laura.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Another interesting lineup
Looks like
here.
Steve to throw
Scott Taylor
first.
looked mightily impressive in his
Game
opening
on.
win over Sebastian Bialecki, but Steve Hine just struggled ever so slightly just to get past Holtkamp, who, as we mentioned in
22.
comms, Matt, one that he probably thought he needed to get that early start, and now faces the formidable face that is
58.
Scott Taylor.
He'll be very well aware of the challenge that is ahead of him, will Steve Hine.
100.
And he'll be disappointed not to have got over the line in that previous game. He did have that dart of double 18 to break the throw and take the
140.
advantage, but 4 more fixtures, plenty more opportunities for points here for Steve Hine. We certainly know he's got the game when you look at the stages that he has played on throughout his career. I mentioned his county career earlier on. 173 matches. You get the feeling that
41.
he could
Scott
reach
Ricard,
200.
170.
He's still playing now, and I'm sure that carrot of the 200 caps is dangled in front of him.
I just think if he wasn't avoiding calls from the team
116.
manager, it'd be at least on 174.
No, he didn't have his phone, remember. He didn't have his phone, he forgot it.
43.
sorry.
Scott Ricard, 54. Steve Ricard, 170.
Yeah, pained face there of Scott Taylor, who misses a chance to break, but Steve Hine back on 170, needs another one of those. Misses by the narrowest of
84.
margins, so
Scott
Taylor
Taylor
back for tops.
40. Getting shot on the first leg, Scott Taylor.
I was going to say solid, but I'm not sure he's too happy about that. Maybe Scott Taylor expects a bit more of himself.
Second
Nice
leg, Scott
breaker
to
throw there, though.
first. Game
16
on.
data from Scott Taylor. But one of the things I do love is when we get the players on from the Warwickshire area. We didn't really
100.
touch on it with Ted Evetts, but certainly when we have players like Kevin Dowling, if you remember Jack Waring was here not too long ago. When we get those
100.
sort of players from Warwickshire, I'd love to have a little dig through the database. It's a fantastic bit of kit that was designed by Dave Wykes, someone we
57.
sadly lost a few years back. And it's sort of every single game ever recorded for county is on there. And Steve Hine
140.
hits the top 20 players of all time in Warwickshire history, number 17, running average of 26.50 across 173 fixtures.
57.
Yeah, as you say, it's just one of those databases that had foresight. I don't think anyone else, any county record, I don't think could be as accomplished as the Warwickshire database.
140.
Lots of players with missing records, but for Warwickshire, every player knows where they played. And I'm pretty sure I played my last game against Warwickshire under my maiden name before I got married.
It'll be in the
100.
database.
It will be in the database, I know.
Everything's on there. Ted Evetts actually the fourth best player of Warwickshire history according to the running averages. Some quality
81.
players on there. Andy Smith, Jamie Hughes, Steve Beaton, Matt Edgar. Yeah, I had to end with
Why not?
43. Steve Lucar, 40.
a level game for Steve Hine.
Getting shot on the
13
second
data
leg.
there
Steve
to
Hine.
level it up. Good response to losing his throw in the opening leg.
Third leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
He's down here with his partner Irene. Travels everywhere with Steve, and
60.
it helps, doesn't it, when you've got that support network and someone to be there with it. It gets lonely when you're away for weeks on end and you're in hotels. Although, I don't think she's going to be watching too much of the
119.
darts today. Steve said she's got some days out booked in. She's going down to the Portsmouth seafront, looking at the boats.
99.
And got various trips booked in, and she's not waiting for Steve to finish. She's off while Steve's here.
Well, that's the other side of it, isn't it? When you do have that supportive network, they don't always want to sit there and watch you all day
44.
long. So, absolutely, just nice to know that you've got the support of someone there.
My missus is the same. Every time we go to
96.
like a different country, like to me, I'm not that bothered. I'll just stay in the hotel room, play Football Manager. She's like, no, come on, we're off out. We've got to see stuff.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it?
59.
Because the more you get to see, generally it just kind of implies that the less you've actually played at the dart, in the darts. So yeah, I've seen quite a lot of certain countries
100.
and less of others.
$80. Steve Lucar, 146. $140.
Fine effort there from Steve Hine. Looking to take out the 146. He will come back for the 32. Scott Taylor not on a finish.
140.
He attempted to leave
Steve Lucar,
19.
52.
Yeah, real throwaway last dart.
Getting shot on the third leg. Steve
Yeah,
Hine.
again, all academic, and Steve Hine does takes that for a 2-1 lead, and I think it's been a
Both
real
legs got
turnaround
to
in this match so
first,
far
game
for
on.
Steve Hine. Slightly worried after that opening leg. Scott Taylor really looked like he had the bit between his teeth, but Steve Hine
59.
finding that form that we know that he can.
Man, this is a good performance there from the
95.
Muffin Man. One of the things I've noticed here, look at the points of Scott Taylor. There's so much point before the
127.
board and the barrel, but some of Steve's own starts are literally going into the barrel, almost touching the board.
180.
Well, using it to some good effect at the moment, but I do think that's a trend that I've seen more and more. Longer stems. In theory, you get to see more of the bed when the dart lands.
145.
Have a bit more space, but I do think it's quite a generational thing. It's something that people are tweaking
58.
just to try
Scott
and get a
Lucar,
slight advantage.
170.
Well, when that dart like that is going literally up to the barrel in the point. Hold on a minute.
130.
I like that. Sensible play there for Scott Taylor, keeping his head. But it doesn't give much give in the dart. The dart will be very
60.
firm in the board.
40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
This is another quality battle here. I really hope that this is just a sign of things to come here in Group A,
Evetts to
because
throw
everyone's
first.
bringing their A game.
$44.
A little nod there for Scott Taylor. To me, that was just like, right, game on now.
Yeah, I think we both went to pick up the mic at the same time there, because I
51.
thought exactly the same thing. Just saw that kind of self-assured, right, come on then.
99.
It's like the sparring's done, isn't it? Let's get the gloves off and go for it now, says Scott Taylor.
140.
But he has got that very firm, very kind of aggressive action when he throws. I think sometimes when he's not actually
43.
throwing to that kind of, with that force, so that, you know, when you try and float them in, that's when he's not at his best. But you can see here, he really looks quite up for it now.
134.
And this isn't something you can force. You watch it back sometimes and people say, right, do that because you play better, but you can't force that. This is just a natural thing that's coming through
81.
in Scott Taylor, and we both
146.
spotted it at the very same point. Well,
128.
I've not seen that way before. But from what I believe, he doesn't like double 16, so he'll do everything to
100.
avoid it.
Scott Ricard, 18.
Yeah, and it nearly paid to a good effect, but double 9 now. So 1 for double 4.
Game shot on the fifth
Sorts
leg.
it out
Scott
well
Taylor.
in the end. It felt like that felt quite like an intense leg.
Looks like
He threw
Scott
quite a
to
lot
throw
into
first.
that.
Game on.
But it was a break and now throw in for the match.
He's getting even more
125.
intense here. He's got a shirt that reminds me of Harley Quinn, and he's throwing some evil darts.
100.
Kind of looks like he's trying to throw at someone beyond the board. Something he's going to throw through the board. But as you say, if you can watch something back,
58.
as you were saying before, and actually bottle it, I mean, it would be worth a fortune. It's very, very natural. You get that little bit of buzz, bit of adrenaline that kicks in,
60.
and it really can change the game.
This is when you enjoy the game as well, when you get that feeling. The worst thing is when you feel a bit flat on the hockey. Because ultimately, that's what we
60.
play for. We play for that excitement, that adrenaline. It's free adrenaline. I spend a lot of my time spending a lot of money jumping off things or going to theme parks just to get that feeling. He's getting it for free. He's getting
138.
paid for it.
Yeah, my kids drag me around theme parks, and it's not quite so fun.
100. Scott Ricard, 40.
Well, this ride might be coming to an end. Double 10.
30.
He does have time on his side. Steve Hine left stranded on 181. But now the question is, does he go straight for the double 5? Does he split?
70.
Maybe that last
Scott
dart
Ricard,
might
10.
just force him to go straight for it.
He opts to go straight for it, and that's
shot
a
on the
great
mark,
adjustment
Scott
on the
Taylor.
second dart. And that is 2 from 2 for Scott Taylor. Which is there. Scott Taylor picked over 91 towards the tail end. Steve Hine, 85. Looked like he was having a real comeback in that match, but it was Scott Taylor who just found the extra gear. And it is him that wins his second match of the day. But coming up next, we've got Jimmy Van Schie, and he takes on Ole Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Taylor's made it 2 wins from 2 to open up his campaign, getting the better of Steve Hine by 4 legs to 2. And if Ollie Holtkamp gets a bit of Jimmy Van Schie here in our 6th game of the morning session, well, we'll see some separation at the top right from the very get-go. Well, you were talking about the county championship in Coventry in the last match, and whilst we're here, we might as well send some congratulations out, because Laura, congratulations on your win at the weekend free. Now, congratulations to Scott Mitchell as well, averaging 99 and a 4-0 victory in that one. Anyway, let's get into this all Dutch affairs. Van Schie against Holtkamp with Laura and Matt.
Yeah, thanks very much,
First
Emery,
leg,
and
Jimmy to throw
so
first.
congratulations. It was a nice little tidy
Game
win
on.
this weekend. But now on to business here as we see Van Schie take on Holtkamp. And again, this one for me is possibly the most interesting. Obviously, we know Jimmy Van Schie played very, very well in the opening match, but just lost out to Ted Evetts. And
45.
Holtkamp got that win over Hine, but Van Schie, the better player statistically.
He's been the better player over the last 12 months. He's been the better player certainly over the last month, but
39.
none of that really matters when you get on that stage and you're in a head-to-head clash. Jimmy's been playing a lot of darts this weekend. In the Dutch Open, reached the final of the pairs.
41.
Will be here at the Super Series
30.
quite a few more times yet. Won himself 4 tickets to the Super Series through the qualifiers, the ADC Europe qualifiers. So he's going to get
85.
plenty of Portsmouth. We're planning our trips and we're looking, oh, what countries can we go to? Jimmy is going to be getting used to the sights of the South Sea.
99.
Yeah, referee Paul Hinks there, just checking the score.
$45. $40.
At the end of this fixture, everyone would have played 2 matches. We'll be playing 15 games across their Group A campaign.
96.
Everyone playing each other on 3 occasions across Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday before we take our top player and move them through to Saturday night. I mean, good luck picking that. Normally we look at a week and go, oh, we're looking at picking the winner
59.
of the week, but I think it's going to be hard enough just to pick the 6 finalists.
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at it myself. I know it's really early doors, and Taylor and Evetts had made the perfect start, but plenty
99.
more darts to come. 20 more twists, plenty more turns.
$42. Jimmy O'Carr, 90.
I think the best indicator to that is the fact that our weekly favourite, Sebastian Bialecki, has lost his first 2 matches.
54.
Ted Evetts looking the standout player on the opening couple of fixtures.
180. Jimmy O'Carr, 36.
Jimmy Van Schie, 36 points away from a hold of throw, which is now under pressure due to the 180 of Holtkamp. Never met a single player who says, I love double 9.
No, but he
James
will love
on the
that.
first leg. Jimmy
That is an
Van Schie.
opening holder throw, and slightly tentative start from the pair of them.
Second leg Ollie to throw first. Game on.
And I do think it's different when you're playing someone that perhaps you don't know. Obviously, their opening matches would have been against players that they would have been well aware of. When you're playing someone perhaps where you feel like there's that
140.
opportunity to take the win, and you can see it possibly reflected in their averages, you don't quite always produce your absolute best.
Well, you start watching, don't you? You start becoming aware.
100.
What are they doing? What are they hitting? Is that an opportunity? Is that their game? You do prefer the... Well, it's better the devil you know, they say, don't they?
55.
Yeah, and also it's probably quite an exciting chance for them to play players at a level that perhaps they wouldn't normally get to actually bump into, like the likes of Ted Evetts, Scott Taylor. You wouldn't necessarily always see them going around on a tour, especially Ted, because he's just come off the Pro Tour.
95.
So it's just another element I think that the MODUS Super Series has, that it gives players that are just starting out and trying to make headway in the sport play against players of a really high caliber that they would have
99.
seen on the TV and in the big events.
And it also gives you a chance to gauge where your game is as well. There's always a moment, there's always a match or a situation where you go, right, I can go compete. I know, speaking from personal experience, when I started practicing with Kevin Painter, at the time he was in the world's top 16, I was thinking, if I'm getting close to him, that must mean I should be able to beat the players 32, 64, or even further down. So, and you never know when that eureka moment's going to come for a player. It may come getting a victory against a player like Ted Evetts, who's been on the tour for so
60.
long, where they go,
On the car,
I could
106.
take his place.
Not a complete disaster. Leaves the ball.
74. Jimmy O'Carr, 150.
Second kind of interesting decision when someone sat on a finish. I know it's a big finish, it's a big ask for Van Schie, but I do tend to think these type of ones can go punished.
Gains
Oh
from
my,
the
and
second
punished
leg.
he
Jimmy
is.
Bialecki.
Big finish from Jimmy. And Holtkamp now is got a lot to ponder here.
They're
He
like
went
Jimmy
the
to
treble
throw first.
17 and then avoided the ball. That's the bit I don't
on.
understand. If you didn't want to set up the bullseye shot, why not use the 19s? And you could use treble 19, single 12.
140.
I'm sure, I mean, I've had it done to me before. I'm sure you've had it done to you before when someone's just refused that. Going for that bullseye option when you are sat on a big finish, and the way it
46.
feels when it actually goes in against your opponent who's refused a chance, it's wonderful.
Oh, he'll feel great about that. I don't know how he's not smiling. I'd be ear to ear right now if I was Jimmy. Be like, have a bit of that.
60.
But again, it comes back to what we saw in the opening match, a bit of ball management perhaps, a bit of understanding, at this level, you need to take every opportunity. Play the percentages, of course, but take those chances when they're
120.
offered to you.
He did similar, if you remember, in the opening game against Steve Hine. He got away with that one and won 4-2, but we did pick up at that point saying you're not going to get away with that against some of the bigger hitters in this group.
58. $97. $96.
Yeah, needs a treble.
96.
Good
Jimmy
last
O'Carr,
start, but Van Schie,
147.
just seeing him take out that 150. Can he back it up with a 147?
This would be special. It's on. Same target, double 18.
111.
Yes.
Oliver Carr,
Throws a
142.
touch wide. He'll be hoping and expecting a return visit. He's going to get a return visit to continue this impressive performance.
91. Jimmy O'Carr, 36.
Yeah, so for 3-0. 3-0
Being
it
shown
is,
the
and
third
this has
leg,
been
Jimmy Van Schie.
good from Jimmy Van Schie.
Fourth leg already through first. Game on.
Solid, composed, with flashes of brilliance from Jimmy Van Schie.
100.
I feel like Henry
60.
chucked me under the bus at the start of the show, asking me who potentially could win the week. So I'm going to return the favour. You got any predictions for the week?
That's really mean.
100.
Blame Henry. He started
It's
it.
always Henry's fault. Yep, I do agree. If I'm honest, I actually saw them coming from this group. I like Taylor.
100.
Ted Evetts has looked good. and Bialecki obviously coming into it. I know he hasn't had the best start, but it is early doors. I think one of those three, I would expect to see all three of them in finals night at least, and potentially one of those three picking up the trophy.
136.
Don't worry, I kind of dodged the question too when Henry asked me, so
140.
tough week to try and predict, but such a big advantage for the player who does come through this week, going straight into Champions Week, full of form and confidence and playing regular darts. So ideally,
44.
if you could pick your place and say which week you're going to win, you'd pick week 12 or week 11.
Yeah, I think week 11 that to me is like the one, isn't it? You just get that little break in between, especially if you were one of the players that won after playing 6 days consecutively. You've only got that 1 day break in between before we have to come back. So I think we not to pick holes in it, but week 11 for me.
88.
Well, this
Jimmy
for
O'Connor,
a comfortable
96.
4-0 success here for Jimmy.
Yeah, he went the
56.
double route.
Oliver Carr, 53.
Smile to himself as he just pulled it low. But double 16 required for Holtkamp. Double 8 to get a leg on the board.
Game
And he
shot
does
for
find it,
foreplay.
and we go on.
Holtkamp. Looks like Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
For a debutant, Jimmy showing a lot of experience here. You may notice the very slight delay in between legs, a 10-second pause just as the computer's sort of reset here at the Super Series.
140.
And instead of standing at the oche like we see some of the most experienced players here, just watching that countdown go, he just went back to the table, grabbed a bit of water,
125.
filled up that time with activity and physical activity that stops the mental engagement.
85.
Yeah, good last start there. Just found a way through. May I have to agree? I think he's playing there with all the confidence that
100.
someone who makes the Dutch Open Pairs final should have. And I think also just winning a tournament, as you say, winning it out in Romania, I think that can make a
100.
big difference as well when you actually start winning things, picking up titles.
$53.
He's already got one of those silver ranked titles on his CV now from Romania. 90 points, I believe that is for a silver. I'm
100.
working it out slowly.
You got a few titles already on the WDF circuit, Matt?
Yeah, it's a Lakeside goal. A lot of people sharing
85.
that goal this
Jimmy
year.
O'Connor,
Certainly
76.
after the success of the event last year. Becoming an ambition once again for people like Jimmy. And with darts like this, you'd expect him to be there in December, battling out for that WDF World Championship.
60. Oliver Carr, 138.
Yeah, just a few missed doubles towards the in these last couple of legs for Jimmy Van Schie. It's 3 from 8, but we'll come back for a chance again
84.
for the match.
Jimmy O'Connor, 16.
Again, sloppy dart there from Holtkamp, but these set-up shots left a little bit to be desired.
Game shot in
But
the match.
that
Jimmy Van
is
Schie.
game over at this point for Holtkamp. A 4-1 victory for Jimmy Van Schie, who continues his rise up the world of darts. He now has some points on the board here at the Super Series. A mid-80s average, enough to get him over the line and enough to get him the points. Coming up next, someone in search of points, our favourite for the week, Sebastian Bialecki, takes on Steve Hine.
welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're about to watch Sebastian Bialecki in action. Last time he was here, he hit a 9-dart finish at the Super Series. He also dethroned of the seemingly imperious Luke Littler. What can he do here, though? He's in desperate search of a victory. He lost his first 2 matches so far today. Up against him, Steve Hine, who himself is searching for that opening salvo on Monday morning. But one man who did get his first win before the break was Jimmy Van Schie. He got the better of Ollie Holtkamp by 4 legs to 1. Now, Matthew Edgar's been saying that I threw him under a bus in the last game. Well, we'll do it again. Predictions for this one, Matt?
Thank you very much for that, Henry. Yeah, really appreciate that.
First leg, Sebastian to throw first.
I mean, if we take a look at the odds compilers, yeah, I'm going to dodge it again. They put Sebastian Bialecki 1-3, Steve Hine available at 9-4. I think
58.
Too far off.
Yep, I'd agree. I think Steve did show patches of what he could do in that last match
41
against Scott Taylor, but still ran out a 4-2 loser in the match. So Bialecki, as you say, comes here as favourite, but that doesn't mean anything. You know, each day is different. I think the important thing for both these two, it's getting to a bit of a nervy territory that neither have picked up any points,
59.
and they'll just be desperate to just get something on the board, and it'll just act, hopefully, as that settler that you can kind of push on from.
Well, there's no more case in point of those odds meaning nothing than the fact Sebastian Bialecki's favourite to win the week, and he's so far lost his first 2 matches. He's someone who's had a lot of success on that stage. He's had a 9-darter, he's won a week. He stopped Luke Littler from making it a hat-trick of titles here at the Super Series, beating him in the semi-finals.
137.
Yep, contrary to popular belief, it can be done.
Just not very often.
No, absolutely not.
It's quite rare. If he was a sticker, he'd be a shiny.
140.
Very much so. See, that reference I do get.
59. Sebastian
We've all
Ricard,
stood there in the
154.
playground, haven't we, trying to swap a shiny for like 15 stickers.
Yeah, it's just it's never enough, is it? Because you just want to keep hold of him, even though you got 4 of them.
94. Steve Ricard, 130. $41. Sebastian Ricard, 60.
So an opportunity here for Bialecki. Favourite to win this game. Favourite to win this leg. 20 and tops. Make that 19 and tops. He should have been having 2 darts at this, but instead he's actually got a dart at a clear open bed. It might have worked out as a bit of a help there for Sebastian Bialecki, because the way his darts kick up a little bit, a single 20 would have meant he'd have had to gone up to come down.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but presumably not the route he was expecting to go, and it goes back to what we said in the last couple of matches. I think, you know, he's been at really pivotal moments. He's made those kind of mistakes, allowed his opponent to step in, and ended up losing 4-2 to Taylor and 4-2 to Evetts.
100. $95.
The danger here for the players is someone's going to leave this stage 3 games played, 3 games lost, and
100.
you may just see that negativity just creep in there for the rest of the day, where even if you win a couple of games, you still feel, or you're still leaving the venue
140.
disappointed.
Yeah, I agree. And as you can see there, we talk about board management at 140. Left Steve Hine on a non-finish.
Yeah, he'd been planning 2
38.
trebles in the 19 rather than starting on the 19s and just guaranteeing that sort of set-up playing
60.
shot, which is surprising. Steve is a thinker. He is someone who watches and analyses, and some of the battles I've had with Steve Hine, certainly in terms of the wording of things, he likes everything very precise.
$129. Steve Ricard, 109.
Needs tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that's a great
Steve
finish
Hine.
there. 109 for Steve Hine. Just gets it back at one apiece. As you say,
Third leg,
I've got
Sebastian
the feeling
to
this
go
is,
first.
what, like we said before, one of those games that could be quite edgy because both of them haven't won a game yet. And as you say, they run out potentially playing 3 games and not picking up any points. And it's one of those
36.
things we quite often say how wonderful it is that you can play game after game after game and you can improve and improve, but the opposite for some players has happened.
100.
And that negativity just sits in the back of your mind and becomes very difficult to win matches up there as well.
Who's played 5 times, Steve Hine, in the World Championships, once in the WDF.
119.
He's on the 3rd round to Thibaut Tricol in 2022. 4 times in the PDC, and he's had some
96.
iconic games there on that World Championship stage. He had a game against Phil Taylor in 2010. 2011, Raymond van Barneveld. He played Dudbridge in 2008 and Chris Mason in 2006. I do remember one of the
140.
funniest moments, should I say, in 2010 when he played Roland Sholton in the first round of the PDC
95.
World Championship, and Roland had missed his chance. Steve wanted 3 darts, and he sort of stood at the back of the stage, pounding his chest like a gorilla. And I remember a lot of the comments at the time being like, Steve's celebrating before he's won the match.
96.
But after speaking to Steve, he was telling me he was trying to pump himself up for the double, but when you watch it back, it does look like he's sort of celebrating, like just having the opportunity to win the match.
110.
Yeah, kind of more literal pumping yourself up as opposed to figurative, where you're just trying to get into your own mindset and get yourself going. He's using something physical, but again, at that key
42.
moment, Sebastian
Steve
Bialecki
McCart,
just
89.
pulls into the 5 and just allows an opportunity here for Steve Hine.
57. Sebastian Ricard, 68.
Hoping to stay straight. Oh, he's got 2 darts. A perfect dart there from Bialecki.
64. Steve
It's an
Ricard,
opportunity
52.
now to Steve Hine to get the breaker throw.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Steve Hine.
I'm telling Steve Hine stories, aren't I? I might as well give you another one while we're at the midpoint of this game.
Both like Steve to
So
throw
Steve Hine
first.
played in
Game on.
4 PDC World Championships. He missed out on playing on a 5th. Now,
60.
the story's quite interesting, actually. We was going over to Ireland. There was only 1 Pro Tour event, and Steve was picking me up to go to the airport. I've slept in, so they've gone because they need to get to the airport. I rang up 10 minutes later. Steve, I'm awake.
58.
And he's like, oh, we've already gone now, so sorry. And then in the end, he goes, no, I'm going to come back get you. We'll do it. We'll run. We literally
60.
got there, ran to the plane. We got there with, it was like Home Alone, you know, where they're running through the airport. And we got to the plane just in time, got over to Killarney, and I beat Steve
100.
in the first round. And if he'd have won that, it would have put him in the World Championships again. So he actually gambled on not being able to get there to make sure I could go, came back, double back to get me, and I ended up costing him a place in the World Championship.
But that was a fun car journey home.
I'm not sure he's still over it yet, and
80.
it's been like 12 years. I think he's still not over it.
127.
Yeah, a bit of a flyer on the last, but good position once again for Steve Hine. Almost 200 points ahead.
Steve McCart, 74.
But now Bialecki just tapping on the shoulder, 20 for tops.
34. Sebastian McCart, 83.
Well, 6 darts ago, you would have thought Bialecki had no chance of winning this leg. Now, he's coming to the board for 83. Should it be at least getting a dart at the bullseye?
Game shot on
What
the
a
4th
6
leg.
darts that was
Sebastian
from Bialecki. He looked like he was going to go 3-1 down, pops in the maximum, follows it with the 83 on the ball, and Steve
Looks like
Hine
Sebastian to
got a
throw
little bit
first.
to ponder and contemplate
Game
at the
on.
back of the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have hurt, especially when you're in that commanding position. I said it was almost 200 points ahead, but missed a clear opportunity to take the leg. And
35.
I know it's obvious, but the difference between 3-1 and 2-0 is absolutely massive. And now Hine finds himself back in that position of needing to find a break.
81.
If anyone predicted Bialecki winning the leg from that point, well done to you, because I certainly wasn't expecting that. He dug out his first maximum of this fixture at
57.
the right time. He's not started this leg
100.
too well, and Steve Hine asking questions early on the Bialecki throw.
$134.
Yeah, superb response there from Steve Hine.
180.
His second 180 of the match. And it's almost like the opposite of some of the earlier games we saw today, where everything was going with throw and everything was kind of good in the world. The players knew, I'm going to win on this throw, I'm going to win on that throw. Right now, this match feels like they're fighting, they're behind. I mean, they're behind on the tables, they're behind in wins, and when they're behind in this match, they're finding a way to
Supercar
fight back.
140.
You tend to find when you're behind in the table, this is what happens. It transfers itself to the board, and you end up just offering that little bit of an
54.
extra opportunity to your
Sebastian
opponent on the
Leclerc,
throw.
135.
We'll expect to see Bialecki starting on the bullseye here. That's a nice marker, that. If you can find the treble 20, you would have been very inviting on the ball.
63. Supercar 86.
Yeah, so much so, I thought he might have actually gone back down for bullseye. Opted for 54, but ball here.
61. Sebastian
Hine
Leclerc
can't find
72.
it himself, so Bialecki backs for 72.
Big moment in this fixture. He's going to get 2 darts again to put himself a leg away from the match.
66. Supercar 25.
Sort of a carbon copy of the last time Bialecki played himself into trouble. Steve Hine can play himself into a position.
9.
Just
Sebastian Leclerc
hit
6.
the barrel on the way through on the wrong side.
Yeah, but this is not a given. Does he opt to split? Or does he go straight for it?
This is just building tension and drama. It's got to be aggressive.
3. Steve Leclerc 16.
There's a positive dart, just a bit too much on it. So that break chance that Steve Hine is
Shown the
looking
fifth
for,
leg. Steve
he has
Hine.
found. And it's just those last couple of legs on throw for Bialecki that
6
he
legs
has
Steve to
just
throw
found that
first.
kind of plethora of missed starts at double. He's now 2 from 9, running at about 22%. And
Game on.
so just a rather contemplative look on his face there.
Well, he had the opportunity, didn't he? Leg 3 missed the 68, 2 darts at the double 4. He's had the opportunity there to take the 3-2 lead. And you don't want to provide too many opportunities to Steve Hine, especially when he's averaging around about the 90 mark.
100. $60. $100.
One thing we do know about Bialecki from his time here and on the various tours is he doesn't quite know when he's beat.
123.
He's going to be one of those sort of dogged characters that will stay in this till the very, very end.
But that's what makes it quite exciting to watch him. One of those players that has got that capacity to be explosive.
99.
Where his game will improve is when he can do that from the off and kind of maintain the level. Just tweak those little mistakes when it comes, especially to hitting those single numbers near a finish.
60.
Almost doing it on demand, and this would be a time to do it. This is the biggest 3 darts he's thrown in this game so far, Bialecki. See if he can find a couple of trebles here. There's that slip across again.
121.
Massive last start, big recovery. That eliminates the need for the ball.
83.
Depending
Sebastian
on the
Ricard,
first
81.
start, of course.
Yeah, not much more Steve Hine could do there after going in the treble one. Just taking his time, leaves him double 13.
Game
And
shot on
that
the sixth
again
leg.
is a
Sebastian
great
Bialecki.
response after missing darts to hold his throw. It's 2 legs in a row where he's found a good finish.
7th and final leg. Sebastian
83 and 81, the
Game on.
finishers there that have bailed him out of trouble, with Steve Hine at that point looking at match darts. But he did this with the 83, then opened with 2 trebleless
58.
visits, and after 6 darts was still in the 400s.
$100.
And you get those legs, especially at this position in a match, you know, that 1 treble a visit. Obviously, if you can get more, great, but just maintaining just some kind of consistency.
140.
Ideally for Sebastian, he wants to be on a finish and looking at getting out in 15 darts. That will force Steve to have to
82.
hit the 12 dart leg. Then you got the psychological element, like say a treble, a throw just piles the pressure on Steve Hine, who will feel he's then got to go hit the 2.
133.
This is a great recovery from Bialecki, who opened with a trebleless visit, ending up on 170 after 9.
137. Sebastian Ricard, 170.
Well, that visit there from Hine just keeps him within touching distance, but it's Bialecki that has the first opportunity at a finish. Another one of those. It wouldn't have had to have gone for it.
140.
Okay, he likes double 15. It's a double, it's a shot, it's an opportunity, and he's got 3
45.
shots at it.
Sebastian Ricard, 30.
Steve Hine not applying too much pressure here, so he can be aggressive here, Bialecki.
$26. Steve
Another
Ricard, 137.
missed opportunity for Sebastian Bialecki. Outside opportunity here for Hine if he can find a couple of trebles. Yes, Steve, it's in. 77 to go. Looked at the treble 15 to leave the double 16, but Bialecki now
105.
a chance to get his
Sebastian Ricard,
first
4.
points of his campaign.
Game shot on the match.
And
Sebastian
there you have it.
Bialecki.
It is Sebastian Bialecki that takes that victory just narrowly. 4 legs to 3 over the Muffin Man, over Steve Hine, who will be disappointed. Did have some opportunities, but it does go the way of the Bolts. So 87-81 for Bialecki, 89 for Steve Hine. Check out percentages there, just around the 30, high 30s. But it's those points on the board for Bialecki that count the most. And coming up next, we've got Ted Evetts, and he takes on Ole Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Sebastian Bialecki got his first win on the board, gaining the better of Steve Hine in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Well, Ted Evetts has been perfect so far on this opening day's worth of action in Group A. He's been the player that's kind of been pulled apart from everybody else in the field. He's looking for a hat-trick of successes if he can get the better of Ollie Holtkamp. Watching this one, it's Matt and Laura.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. Yeah, another interesting time. I'm finding all of these interesting, to be fair, today, because they've been so tight, they've been so hard to call.
First leg, Ted to throw first.
Just seems so calm, so composed. He's been putting some very good performances so far, and I think, to me, between him and perhaps Scott Taylor, they're the ones that I'm looking at to beat. But Holtkamp's put in some good performances, made a few odd decisions when it comes to the tail end of matches, refused that dart at bullseye and allowed Jimmy Van Schie to come back with that 150 checkout. He's going to have to perhaps work on that, because I don't think you can afford to take those, or not to take those opportunities against a player like Ted.
Oh, absolutely
95.
not. Ted Evetts will, just like Jimmy, offer plenty of punishment if you offer him any encouragement. He is playing some fantastic darts today, Ted Evetts. 96.65 and a 95.62. You always wonder how a player is going to adapt to the Super Series. You think maybe it'll take him a day or two to sort of settle into the surroundings, but not for Ted.
29.
He's just almost rose his game here at the Super Series so far.
Yeah, I wonder how much of a help playing on the Pro Tour, because obviously that's quite a quiet, silent arena. You're playing those top players. How much of a help that
16.
is for players when they lose their tour card, come here, because obviously there is no crowd. You are up there on a stage. I think Ted's got that stage experience coupled with playing without an audience. So I don't know if that's more of a help or a hindrance.
56.
Very good point, especially now when you look at the streaming as well that's on the PDC Pro Tour now going to 4 boards. So the opportunity to play in this sort of environment, streamed environments, is
58.
well, you've got a 25% chance now if you're on that Pro Tour of being on a streamed board, where it weren't too many years ago. There weren't even any streaming boards on there. It was all behind closed doors. And
122.
you don't have to go too many years back to even have before the days of things like Dart Connect, where we could track the matches. This used to be done on a sort of a clear screen with a whiteboard
85.
behind it, and you'd have a leg and then it'd be rubbed off, never to be seen ever again.
Yeah, some amazing advances in technology, just bringing darts again out to the general public.
167.
Well, that's
That
some
is now
setup shot that
131.
from Holtkamp. Give it a little raise to the eyebrows himself. He's impressing himself with his darts.
59. Holiday car 32. Getting shot on the first leg. Ole
Yeah, very good.
Holtkamp.
Well, we have kind of waxed lyrical about Ted Evetts, but it's only Holtkamp that gets that early breaker throw.
First leg, Ole to throw first. Game on.
Ted visibly not very happy with the opening leg of that match.
59.
When it's all comes so easy to you, you can get that little bit of frustration when it doesn't, and that's when you start searching, go, what was I doing right in fixture 1 and 2? That didn't quite happen for me in here.
42.
Sort of the conversation I had with Ted this morning, when he was saying like he was looking forward to the experience, but recently he's tended to find that if it starts well, it
140.
continues well. I said, this is a perfect way to sort of get that out of your mindset, because you're playing 5 games a day, whether you win or lose, you're playing 5 games and you've got to prepare for 5 individual matches.
140. 123.
Yeah, and this is a solid response again from Holtkamp. Looking to build on that early breaker throw.
$99. 27.
And it does leave a finish, but disappointed not to be on something slightly more attainable.
100. Oliver the car 152. $58. Ted Ducar 120.
So we've said about Ted Evetts as these nice straight darts and loses it on the most straightest shot of them all.
Bit of a commentator's curse
80.
coming in there.
I didn't say it.
94.
I didn't get round to it.
Not quite, yeah.
$38. Ted Ducar 40.
Double 10. Oh, he's not happy with that. A long way off. Now he's got to adjust all the way back to the top of the board.
35.
And
Oliver the car
Holtkamp,
56.
an opportunity now to double his lead and confirm that breaker throw.
$46. Ted Ducar
You can see in the
5.
background the frustration all over the face of Ted Evetts. It's something he's not had to deal with so far today because it's all just come to him quite easily. This one not coming easy. Have to come right the way across the hockey.
1. Oliver the car
Could be
10.
playing himself into a spot of bother here, Ted.
Yeah, 5 missed starts
Being
at a
shot on the
double,
second
and
leg. Ole
Holtkamp takes that
Holtkamp.
advantage. Does go 2-0 up.
Third leg, Ted to throw first. Game on.
We quite often say it, don't we? It's a funny old game, but this is kind of a case in
59.
point that it is done match by match basis. Anything can happen in between matches. And in a field that is playing at the levels that they're playing, obviously going into it, if Ted could have maintained the same level, I think he would have
134.
run out a relatively comfortable winner. But any kind of struggles, and these players can just step in and pinch a win.
$40.
It's all right watching a player when everything's going right and going well. But what we're seeing here is, can Ted Evetts turn around a fixture? Completely
84.
different story here, completely different vibe from Ted Evetts. He's now starting to approach the hockey a little bit slower, just trying to make sure of things, but ultimately with that, you just become a little bit too deliberate at times.
125.
Ted just trying to gee himself up after that 2 treble visit there. It's giving him a bit of a,
93.
almost like a talking to, trying to get that buzz, that adrenaline.
$57.
Chasing, searching, not finding. He could find himself in big, big trouble. Holtkamp uses the entire board, doesn't he? I'm trying to work out the routes he's going for while he's doing them. It's a bit of a minefield. I think he even
136.
confused himself on that occasion.
Yeah, and Ted, again, still just trying to hunt down a treble 20. Finds a treble but the wrong side.
60. Oliver the car 54.
This was a leg that Ted thrown first, and he's been completely outscored by 100 points.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Wow.
Ole
He's
Holtkamp.
lost a leg. This is a scoreline or a performance that
Fourth leg, Ole to throw
bravest
first.
of punters
Game on.
would have gone with. Maybe Ollie's mum and dad might have gone with it. Maybe his brother. But on the evidence of what we've seen so far with Ted Evetts,
174.
he was coming into this full of form, and well, he's in big trouble of a 4-0 defeat here that would just open things up and really pique the interest of Scott Taylor.
95.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting from our point of view just to see what Ted can do if he can actually rally. Because as you've said in your conversations, he feels that if he's playing well, he can maintain it, but hasn't been able. When it goes bad, it's hard to come back from. And this is a different type of tournament. This isn't like you lose and you're out. This is you lose and you come back again. And it's whether you can kind of, one, come back in a match, or two, come back after losing a match in a format like the Super Series.
I think Ted, looking at his reactions here at the back 44. Of the stage, he's feeling like he's beat, I think. He was shaking his head. He was giving himself a smack on the back of the head. Frustration. But he's digging deep.
134. Oliver Carr, 140.
6 starts from Holtkamp now to try and get a big victory here against Ted Evetts.
123.
Big unexpected victory that will move him on to 4 points alongside Ted.
Yeah, we've yet to see anyone run out a 4-0 winner. Holtkamp looking to be the first against Ted Evetts.
96. Oliver Carr, 20.
2 10s. After just 12 darts thrown, a quality leg of darts there from Ollie Holtkamp. A 13-darter in the end to beat Ted Evetts. Who saw that coming? If you predicted that one, well done to you. 4-0 victory moves him on to 4 points. And an average of 91.09 for Ted Evetts. He needs to go back and regroup. That a significant drop-off in regards to his form. How will he fare when he comes up against Steve Hine? But before then, we've got Scott Taylor taking on Jimmy Van Schie.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Ollie Holtkamp halt the charge of Ted Evetts, his first defeat of the day, and a comprehensive one as well, a 4-0 win for the Dutchman. Well, talking about Dutchman, Jimmy Van Schie has quite literally been hitting towering heights of recent times. He takes on Scott Taylor, who I may just want to stress is over 6 foot himself. That is how big Jimmy Van Schie is. But Scott Taylor could be the big dog at the top of the table. He could be 3 from 3 if he wins this one against Jimmy. And just a question for the guys down in commentary, Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner. Is Scott Taylor a player that this week could go under the radar, considering he has previous here?
First leg, Scots is through first.
Potentially. I mean, I think he's very much on the radar of myself and Matt up here at the moment, but didn't come in as a favourite. As you say, former winner here, and just one of those players that just has those levels, in my opinion. You actually
60.
kind of visibly saw it in the last match, where all of a sudden this kind of adrenaline kicks in, this level of aggression that he has that just, you know, it just looked like he wasn't going to miss.
140.
But that has to kick in, and it doesn't always from the start.
I don't think Scott Taylor can
97.
ever really go under the radar in this environment, just because of the fact that he's had so much success here at the Super Series. We talk about
57.
him winning a week, but he's also made a final losing to Berry Vampire, a final losing out to Matty Denham,
125.
a semi-final losing out to Luke Littler, as pretty much everybody did in this building. He's actually the second favourite here for
100.
the week as well, so was sort of well found amongst the punters.
140.
I tell you what, he's playing darts more like the favourite than the second favourite right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see
57.
that flip-flop around
Protocol
overnight
79.
and see Scott Taylor installed as the favourite to win the week.
Game shown the first
Yeah,
leg.
well,
Scott
with
Taylor.
darts like that, I would totally agree. He's just looked very focused from the very first
Second leg,
match.
Jimmy
He
to third
played the
first.
opener for
Game
us.
on.
Got the 4-2 win over the then favourite Sebastian Bialecki, who has now picked up some points, but just the one win over
60.
Steve Hine earlier.
$60. $60.
Jimmy is the last and only player not to hit a maximum of this campaign so far. Scott Taylor's
140.
it's all twos really for Scott Taylor, isn't it? 2 180s, 2 wins. Could it be 2 legs?
100.
Yeah, I'm sure he's possibly hoping to up the 180 count to at least 3 and get at least 3 wins on the board.
140.
Almost on cue.
It's like the opposite of the commentator's curse.
60. Scott Ricard 161.
But 161. Got 6 starts from here, just looking to set something up and
90.
covers well with the ball.
Does dwarf him, doesn't he, Jimmy? When
51.
Scott Taylor's
Scott
not a small
Ricard,
guy
71.
himself.
Game
Oh,
shot
this
on
is
the second
sensational
leg.
from Scott Taylor. 2 good, clean, clinical finishes there. The
Third leg, Scott to throw
14
first.
darter.
Game on.
Breaker throw from Scott Taylor. Averaging 103.66 at this point. And it's only rising.
180.
And there's that third 180 of the day we were talking about for Taylor. First one of this match. But you only have to kind of see where Jimmy Van Schie takes his darts out from the board, where his head is positioned. I think mine normally around the bullseye area. Jimmy's towers over the board.
I think Jimmy's sort of
93.
eye line with MODUS Super Series logo at the very top of the board.
$55.
Just finding that first dart. And that was just
140.
expectant there. He got faster and faster. It's brilliance here from Taylor that he's expecting to play so well. He's playing like someone of his
59.
namesake
Scott
of
Ricard,
the Taylor.
88. 48.
Yeah, didn't have to go for the single ball route. Jimmy back on 207. And I don't think he could have got much closer to the treble 20 without actually pinning it. But leaves himself tops.
57. Scott Ricard 40. Getting shot on the third leg. Scott
Thrown
Taylor.
with some pinpoint precision. That first start actually moved the wire and managed to find pretty much the same spot.
Fourth leg Jimmy to throw first.
Right now,
Game on.
Scott Taylor's in that mode where it's so nice to be, where you go to the hockey and you just expect to hit rather than you go there
134.
hoping or wondering. He could literally go up there and throw him over his shoulder right now and feel like they're going to go in.
57.
And it's strange, isn't it, how the perception of the task sometimes changes. There's been times you go to a board and you just go, wow, that's massive, I can hit this all day.
140.
Yeah, very much so.
48.
Finding himself chasing ever so slightly in this fourth leg.
$60. 140. Jimmy O'Carr 167.
You can hear just the force that Taylor throws with when they land in the board.
83.
That's one of the good things about when you play on stage as well, just that mic'd board. It just allows you to gauge by sound as well, that your throws on point, that you're throwing with that right level of precision.
100.
Because sometimes you
Jimmy
can just feel like
O'Carr,
it's something a little bit
84.
soft.
$76. Scott O'Carr 156.
This would be some way to wrap it up.
I like that reaction
44.
from Scott. That was close.
Jimmy
He
O'Carr,
knew
8.
it, but allows an opportunity for Banshee just to get a leg on the board. And
Game
he
shot
does
of the
that.
fourth leg. Jimmy Banshee.
I think the reaction from Scott Taylor is what we've been talking about how
Fifth leg, Scott to
confident he
throw
feels at
first.
the moment. Because
Game
he probably
on.
just expected that to go.
Yeah, I don't think we would have been surprised if it did.
140.
But he does have the advantage of throw here to get the job done. And to continue this winning trend. He has won his first couple of fixtures
96.
today. He's the only unbeaten player left now in the field. And that may be continuing into lap 3 of fixtures.
180.
Yeah, really good position now for Scott Taylor. Second 180 of the match. And Banshee just not able to find a strong enough response.
95.
But that's more to do with just the power play of Scott Taylor throughout this match.
Oh, he's outscored him at every single stage of this one.
136.
Been a fantastic performance here from Scott Taylor. And he should have a bit of time here to get the job done. He's got
60.
time,
Scott
he's got
Ricard,
options, he's got
45.
choices. We're expecting him to go for tops. And an
Game
11
time,
darter
Scott
for Scott Taylor to wrap up a polished performance and continue his winning trend. Scott Taylor, the only unbeaten player, now extends that to 3 laps of fixtures. You can see, doesn't want any of it. The aggression within his game converts to 104.04 the average, the best performance of the week so far. Ted Evetts was the best performer of the week so far until his last fixture. Can he bounce back? He's coming up next against Steve Hine.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it appears Scott Taylor is the player to beat as far as this Group A is concerned. An average of 104, 4 out of 5 on his finishing before the break to get the better of Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 1. So he's the only player with a perfect record so far after Ted Evetts lost his first game in the last round of fixtures. And a 4-0 defeat to Ollie Holtkamp means that the Dutchman has overtaken him into second position in the table. Jimmy Van Schie and Sebastian Bialecki both a win apiece. Steve Hine is the only player yet to pick up a win here on the Super Series stage on this Monday morning. But he can change that and rectify that fact in our next game, because he finds himself in action in the first match of the 4th round of fixtures. He takes on Ted Evetts, who's looking to get back on the winning train. And in the commentary box for this one, Matthew Edgar and Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, another game where you've got Ted Evetts, who up to the last match, I think you'd agree, Matt, that he looked like he was on form. He was the player with the highest average up to that performance earlier in the last match from Scott Taylor. Steve Hine finds himself in a completely different position. Wasn't able to find that winning dart against Sebastian Bialecki. Finds himself on 0 points. By the end of today, you want to have a couple of wins under your belt. Ted's already got that, but it's how he bounces back from probably what he would say a disappointing 4-0 loss over Holtkamp.
First leg, Steve to throw first.
I think this is loaded for both these players in slightly different ways.
I think on CV, recent form, recent expectation, Ted Evetts hit the ground exactly how we probably would have
55.
expected him to, and it was almost textbook until that last game. Absolutely agree that was one I didn't see coming. But this is a game that he's going to be very well aware of, and very well aware of the danger that Steve Hine possesses. They live probably about 10 miles apart from each other, played each other regularly in the Warwickshire Super League, in the Southam League, ever since Ted was a mid-teenager.
Yeah, does that hold ever hold any advantage for you? Is it better, especially if you know someone as well as these two players probably know each other's game? Does that hold a bit of an advantage? Do you find yourself in a bit more of a comfortable position?
58.
Or do you prefer playing the unknown?
It depends on what the record is like. If this is somebody that Ted, from being a mid-teenager, always beat Steve Hine, it's like, wow, this is great. I always beat Steve, so I'll go there and get the points. But if this is someone who beat you as a young player, it's so hard to get that out of your mind that you just always want to come back and get those victories against
58.
them.
58. Ted Ricard, 84.
The only reason I ask is I think one of the standout games for me at the World Championships was actually Mickey Matzel against Brendan Dolan, and they hadn't actually met at that level before, and I just thought they brought the best out in each other. It was such a phenomenal game. I just wonder if there is some kind of comfort in playing someone that you know, as opposed to someone that you're perhaps quite unaware of how they play.
Certainly on the World Championship stage, absolutely.
100.
You want as much familiarity as possible up there, don't you? And I agree, that was a cracking game that went all the way at the World Championships.
Game
From where Ted Evetts has been on multiple occasions, as has Steve Hine, but in two completely sort of different generations.
Something like Ted to throw first.
Steve Hine's last appearance in the PDC World Championship was in 2011, when he ended up losing out to Raymond van Barneveld. Ted Evetts had a couple of appearances at the World Championship. His last in 2022, losing out to Jim Williams, a player who is on a massive upwards curve. 2018 lost to Gerwyn Price. 2019 Adrian Lewis. 2020, I think we know the story of that one. He's not going to thank me for saying this again, but that was the Fallon Sherrick year when she beat Ted Evetts and went on to beat Mensa Suljevic.
85.
He has had a victory at the World Championship, Ted Evetts. That one against Simon Stevenson, the Mirror Man. 3-0 victory in the opening game.
59.
Before losing out to Adrian Lewis with a 96 average by 3 sets to 0.
Yeah, it can be brutal.
It was actually in the same section that year,
56.
me and Ted. Simon Stevenson, Ted Evetts, myself, Darius Labanauskas, Barneveld and Adrian Lewis.
100.
Lewis won.
$100. Steve Ricard, 117.
Steady on there from Ted, but Steve Hine here with the opportunity. Needs tops to level the match.
77. Ted Ricard, 138.
So Evetts wants the Humphreys. And he's going the Humphreys way, the way in which he won the World Grand Prix. His first of many now
58.
TV
Steve Ricard,
titles,
40.
including the biggest one of all. Steve wants to go to the most northest point of all on the dartboard.
No score. Ted Ricard, 80.
And there are opportunities you cannot afford to get away with against a player like Ted Evetts. Steve's had 18 darts here to break the throw.
Yeah, great first dart. So 2 for double 10. 1 for double 5.
Game shot on the
And
second
pins
leg.
it.
Ted Evetts.
2-0 Ted Evetts.
Third leg, Steve to throw
Yeah,
first.
Steve just
Game
to-
on.
Taking a look at his darts in hand. Had the opportunity to level it up, break back.
One out
It's
of
just been
them,
some
40.
key moments in the matches with Steve Hine. Just had those narrow misses, left the door open, and his opponent's taken the opportunity on every occasion.
That's what you expect from a player like Ted Evetts, just that little bit of punishment.
42.
Give me an opportunity and I'll take it, is the message from Ted Evetts to Steve Hine.
97. $99.
Ted quite often has that little glance over to the scoreboard, just pre-planning.
60.
Obviously, as we were saying before, with the board management now, it starts a lot earlier back.
Yeah, you don't want to snooker yourself. You don't want to be in a position where you're at a maximum and it's non-effective.
125. One out of them,
Steve Hine, this is a
40.
big leg, can't afford to get that double breaker throw, and after 12 darts left himself on 64. Certainly doing his best to resist the charge of Ted Evetts.
$65. Steve Ricard, 64.
Leaves himself an outside chance.
24. Ted Ricard, 170.
Yeah, and does get a go, but again, needs perfection. I thought there was a real determination, but obviously
134.
just
Steve
a little
Ricard,
bit
40.
short. So tops once again for Steve Hine, and this
Game
time
shot
it
on
does
the
go.
third leg.
And
Steve
it's 2-1.
Hine.
Still in favour of Ted Evetts. Steve Hine looking to find a break.
Fourth leg, Ted to throw first. Game on. $139.
You see the back of
57.
Steve Hine's shirt when he collects out the darts, and see that muffin? He's had that muffin on the back of his shirt, but he's been doing various things in the past. I remember once he had a muffin with boxing gloves on. At least this one's got a dart in his hand by the looks of it.
58.
Yep, dart in the right hand there, so at least he's playing the right sport now with the muffin.
100.
Interesting pair of socks on the muffin though as well there by the looks of it.
I do think with the nicknames that we've got and just the way that things have gone, you know, people
One out of them,
do like
40.
to play around with the shirt, play around with their kind of almost like their brand, essentially.
100. Ted Ricard, 164.
Another one of those. For the ball. He's gone for it and he's hit it as well. A fantastic 164 there from Ted Evetts. Here's a holder throw, and it does give Steve Hine plenty to contemplate. He's loving that, isn't he?
Yeah, and I kind of think he needed it. He still looked like he was trying to G himself up, still trying to talk to himself, get himself back up to that level. But now Ted Evetts averaging 96.5 and change. And this is, once again, just putting himself back on track.
100.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Steve actually tinker around with his shirts. He must have had someone donate it to him or something, because he's not one of the more free at spending money, is Steve Hine. He's certainly up there in the top 5 tightest players of all time.
125.
Do you rank in that table, Matt?
No, not me.
59.
Not me. Oh, the amount of debates I've had with Steve Hine over £1.
90. $46.
I've started laughing now because I'm starting to think of all the stories and I'm thinking, which one's can I tell?
I was going to say, there must be some you can't say.
Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty.
$140. Steve Lucar, 158.
Yeah, solid visit there from Ted Evetts. And Steve Hine unable to respond. So Ted back for 46 for the match.
46.
Pulls it into the double 7, so double 9 left. Yeah, and that's a superb adjustment there from Ted Evetts. Not the route I'm sure he was planning, but the end result is still the same, and he runs out a 4-1 winner. That's now 3 from 4 for Ted Evetts in terms of victories today, and averaged their best of the day there for Ted Evetts, 97.46. Steve Hine in the mid-80s mark, but it's that checkout percentage. Steve Hine unable to convert, 1 from 6, but 57% there for Ted Evetts. And coming up next, we've got Jimmy Van Schie, and he takes on Sebastian Bialecki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Ted Evetts hit a 1-6-4 en route to a 4-1 victory against Steve Hine. The 4-1s really are flying in. It feels like the football on Saturday here in Portsmouth, where they got the better of Northampton Town by that scoreline. Yep, still top of League One. Well, Jimmy Van Schie is a Liverpool fan. He wouldn't have been happy watching that game at the Emirates yesterday, where he's hoping his fortunes in terms of the league table are better here when he takes on Sebastian Bialecki. And watching this one in the commentary box is a very happy Aston Villa fan, Matthew Edgar, alongside Laura Turner.
Kind of been the theme of the year, hasn't it? Smiles on the Villa. Certainly will be when we lift that Europa Conference at the end of the season. Looking forward to that.
First like Jimmy
We've
to
got
throw
two
first.
Europeans up on the stage here. Sebastian
Game
Bialecki
on.
of Poland taking on Jimmy of Holland. Jimmy here on debut. He's really acquitted himself very well to the Super Series, a stage that he's
81.
going to get used to throughout this year, winning himself 4 qualifications through the ADC Europe system. Sebastian Bialecki will be hoping to go all the way this year. He's knocked on the door of success here at the
140.
Super Series. He's won weeks, but now will want to pick up that big one, the £20,000 prize fund that they'll be playing for next week at Champions Week.
85.
The lineup for that will be confirmed at the end of this week. A couple of extra positions became available. A couple of people that qualified ended up
47.
going on to collect tour cards at Q School. PC tour card holders not eligible for a place here at the MODUS Super Series.
60. $84.
Be interested to see in this match if Sebastian Bialecki can build on that last win he got over Steve Hine. Only a narrow winner, only ran out 4-3 winner. Jimmy, to me, actually probably has been the more
130.
consistent of the two players throughout today, but Bialecki has got all that experience that he can draw from. But you watch Van Schie, you would think that he's done this, day in, day out for the last few years. It seems very natural to him to play it in this kind of environment.
145.
Which, if you had asked him a month ago, he wouldn't have gone along with that one. He played in Romania, played in the semi-final, said he was extremely nervous playing on the stage, and after
129.
winning that game, he said it all
Sebastian
just changed for him.
95.
Something clicked. Went on to pick up the title. Went on to the pairs final just yesterday over at the Dutch Open in Assen.
71. Jimmy O'Carr, 16.
Up for an opening holder throw. Does so.
He's shown the
16
first
darts.
leg.
Job
Jimmy
done
Van
there for
Schie.
Jimmy Van Schie.
It's going to be a very, very busy man this year, Jimmy Van Schie.
Second
Not
leg,
only
Sebastian
the
to go
Super
first.
Series,
Game
but
on.
he tells me he's going to be travelling the WDF, and he's also doing the Challenge Tour as well. So I do sort of get that feeling with him. He's one of those players that's got a lot of options open and available to him, and maybe if one starts to
135.
really pick up for him, he'll sort of prioritise that system. Like if he started getting high in the Challenge Tour order of merit, that'd get him Pro Tour invites, and maybe then we'd see him prioritise that PDC system. But at the moment, you'd say if he had to put his attention somewhere, you'd say it'd be here at the Super Series and the WDF now, because it's going to be a genuine chance now of getting into a
125.
lakeside position.
Yeah, and I think when you commit to it, I think hedging your bets isn't the worst option, and also just getting all that
137.
that experience and that practice from all the different areas you can. But as you say, I think especially in the men's game with the WDF, where there is just so much talent and it's so spread about, I think
97.
just having those kind of like 90 points, that's a massive step in. If you go into even winning the kind of bronze events at 45 points, if you can pick up a few of them, that really does project you up the table in the WDF.
100. Sebastian Ricard.
Well, he's gone from
144.
nowhere to number 100 in the rankings at the moment towards Lakeside, and I believe it's 39 places available, so not too far away.
55. Jimmy
He's
McCart,
not too far
84.
away here from doubling his lead against Sebastian Bialecki. The pre-tournament favourite to take the title this week. It's double 7.
Game shown on the
Fine
second leg.
finish
Jimmy
there.
Lindsay.
And he gives in a bit of the uppercut.
I think he liked that one.
Oh, absolutely.
Third leg, Jimmy to throw first.
I'd have been jumping for joy there at that one. Great finish.
Yeah, and again, another one of those doubles that I'm pretty sure not many people say, well, that's my favourite. Double 7.
I don't think I've met anybody who says,
60.
you know what, I love double 7.
No, I'm very much of the school of I love any double that actually goes in. That would that suits me.
58.
Yeah, we're very fickle creatures, aren't we, dart players?
$100. $135. $60.
Yeah, a couple of trebles here for Bialecki. Just looking to take the advantage because now he's in a position, isn't he, that he has to find a break of throw twice if he's going to come through and win this match.
And you can feel like you've lost it on a Monday as well. I know there's still 2 days of fixtures to go, 10 games across Tuesday and Wednesday, but if you have a bad day on the first day where you lose 4 fixtures, you pretty much feel like your chances are gone, because that means you can only really reach a maximum of 22 points. And the likelihood of going through the card twice, it's rare we see a player go through the card once.
No, indeed. But what I do like about Group 8 is you've still got that kind of secondary battle where people are fighting to go finish second and third so they can go in Group B as opposed to Group C, because
Game shot on the third leg.
Sebastian Bialecki there does find the double and does get a leg on the board. Yeah, just the advantage of Group B where there's only 5 players and you get 3 that go through as opposed to Group C where you've got 6 and 2 go through. So there's still always those secondary stories, aren't there, with Group 8?
76. $140. $96.
I think one of the things that's really impressed me, though, about Jimmy's game is the fact that
$134.
it seems to be unflustered depending on the point of the game. It's not like he gets carried away with a moment. It's not like he gets left behind. He's just sort of, well, it's almost like a darting Terminator, isn't he?
100.
Yeah, and very much a case of he will be back as well because he has got all those passes.
100.
Thought I was working with Chris Murphy for a moment then.
$99. Jimmy
So
O'Connor,
everyone's
127.
favourite finish here at the Super Series, we call it the Hinks, and Hinks is on the stick. We're not going to get the opportunity to see
59.
the 127
Sebastian
in
O'Connor,
game.
130.
Hopefully we'll get to see it this week with Paul Hinks on the MC. Bullseye. Probably Bialecki. He bailed himself out a few times against Steve Hine on finishes like this, and he
He's
does
on the
so
fourth
once
leg.
again
Sebastian
here
Bialecki.
against Jimmy. Big 130 finish there for Bialecki. And just
Looks like Jimmy to
ask
throw
Jimmy the
first.
question
Game
now.
on.
Jimmy was looking cool and collected, 2-0 up, running towards the finishing line, and now he's back, drawn into battle.
And I do like that from
60.
Bialecki, that lingering hand on the bullseye. He knew it felt good, and it was good.
Shows your opponent as well, doesn't it? It's not just about you, it also says to your opponent that have a bit of that.
57.
I'd say it was the first bit of kind of emotion that I've seen from Van Schie actually when he took the double 7, because it was against the darts and he felt really up for it. And
100.
ever since then, and I sometimes think there are players that perhaps that doesn't necessarily suit when you do it. You've got that additional adrenaline that perhaps you can't quite deal with in the situation. We see it from Bialecki and stuff, and Ted Evetts. They like to remain quite calm, quite collected.
$140.
Do you know what? I think I've seen Sebastian Bialecki play darts now for about 3 or 4 years, and I think I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen any form of emotion from him, and not just on the board. I mean, in
100.
general. Remember him hitting a 9-darter on debut at the UK Open.
100.
And nothing. Not a flicker.
Oh, I'd be bouncing around for. I'd be living off it still now if that
I'd
happened.
still yeah, absolutely. I mean, I beat Gary Anderson with a 170 finish, and I still mention that now. Never mind a 9-darter at the UK Open.
$53. Sebastian Ricard, 120.
So single to double, but is that awkward? Has to lift it over the top and does, and that is a great dart there from Sebastian Bialecki. And from 2-0 down, now leads 3-2.
From his ideal starting position on the oche, that was so far away. That was like half the oche distance away from where he'd ideally like to pitch himself, where he's throwing these darts from now. So,
59.
further to make the point of just how good that dart was to come over the top and take out the 120. That's a 130 and a 120 in this fixture from
58.
Bialecki.
Yeah, we're in leg number 6, and Bialecki just shy of a ton average.
177.
And this isn't because Jimmy at 2-0 up took the foot off the gas. If anything, he's got a little bit better. It's the fact that Sebastian
95.
Bialecki is just playing at the very top of his powers right now. 102.39 the average.
$46.
Fears for Bialecki after losing his opening couple of fixtures. But what a way to bounce back.
128.
He's good at this as well, just taking a little bit of sting out of the game. So his extra couple of seconds, and they tend to work for Bialecki when he just has that slightly more measured approach.
Yeah, it is that focus that we've spoken about throughout the session today that sometimes just can go a bit awry, and we've seen him pull into a few single numbers when trying to set up finishes.
140. Sebastian Ricard, 120.
And can he do it again?
$56. Jimmy Ricard, 80.
Yeah, big moment this with Van Schie. We've seen him take out an 84. Needs to find the 80, you feel. Awkward, has to move. Single for double.
Big moment, potentially a game-saving and big game-turning dart.
40.
Had that gone in, he would have been throwing first for the match. Instead, Bialecki now 64 points for back-to-back victories here in Group A.
Game shot on the match. Sebastian Bialecki.
Yeah, fantastic there from Bialecki. Really has turned it around. Lost his opening 2 matches, but come back, won the next 2. And that was a great win for him. 2-4 over Jimmy Van Schie, but just under a 78 average as well. So really picked himself up after the disappointment early on today. 4 out of 6 on the doubles and massive checkouts of 130 and a 120 in there. But coming up next, we've got Holtkamp, and he takes on our table topper, Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a burst from Sebastian Bialecki before the break, getting the better of Jimmy Van Schie, coming back from behind to win by 4 legs to 2. Aided and abetted by 130 and 120 checkouts, an average in the end of 97.52. And so from 2 defeats, he's turned his day around, has Sebastian Bialecki. Well, we're going to enter the final game of the 4th round of fixtures now. And it's Scott Taylor, the only player of 100% record so far in this group, going head-to-head against Ollie Holtkamp, who's had, 2 wins so far. This morning, he's hoping to make it a 3rd. Right, we're about to get the game on. I better shut up and hand back to Matt and Laura.
He's finally realised. We've been waiting for that moment for about 2 years, isn't it, since Henry started here? But yeah, Scott Taylor, he's been playing with aggression, he's been playing with purpose, he's been playing with focus, he's been playing with quality. He's unbeaten so far. And it's going to take a moment of magic, a moment of genius to beat him, because at the moment he's offering no opportunities to his opponents. And he's straight out here to try and get the breaker throw against Holtkamp.
Yeah, for me, to be fair, the shock of the day so far, and no disrespect to Holtkamp, was just the 4-0. It was just 84. Such a strong, solid victory over Ted Evetts, who at that point hadn't actually lost the game. But to actually whitewash him, that to me was a very strong performance. So if he can bring something like that back, he's going to need to probably find a few more points on the average if he's going to get anywhere near Scott Taylor. But I thought the same against Ted, and he just dug in and really did play outstanding.
60. Scott Ricard 96.
But as you say, Taylor to me just looks like he's in that mood that if he doesn't come out with a 9 data at some point, he's just not going to be quite happy. It
76.
just
Oliver
feels like it's
Ricard
all going.
158.
It's all going well for him. It's all going his way.
Such a nice feeling as well when you get in that mode where you
57.
just feel
Scott
like you
Ricard
can't
20.
miss.
Getting shot on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Yeah, and that's a comfortable opening 13 dart breaker throw for Scott Taylor. Starting where he finished off.
Second leg Scott to throw
He's had
first.
the performance of
Game
the
on.
day so far. 104.04 average in a 4-1 victory over Van Schie.
Doesn't seem to be showing any signs
95.
of stopping here in this. Averaging for the day so far around about the 97 mark. That's not just a standard that
44.
wins a Group A. That's a standard that wins a week, and not just wins a week, wins a Champions Week.
59.
Fully expect to see him tomorrow, kicking off as the favourite to win the week. After a performance and a showing like this today, I'm sure the backers and
31.
supporters will be jumping on board the ship. Scott Taylor.
95.
Yeah, playing like a man, isn't he? That wants a couple of days off in between secure his place in finals night and perhaps do a bit of sightseeing himself around Portsmouth.
45.
Maybe he just likes going to the arcade or something. There's plenty of arcades down here in Portsmouth, isn't there? And he's been down here many times before, so
140.
maybe he's got some tickets left over and he needs to go get himself a stuffed teddy bear.
95. Scott Ricard 112. $72. $95. Scott Ricard 40.
Well, tops for Taylor and
Shot on the
tops it
second leg.
is.
Scott Taylor.
So he's just got the kind of full package today. He's got the scoring, he's got the
Third leg
scoring
Oliver
power,
through
but
first.
he's
Game
finishing
on.
2 from 4. But just throughout the day, he's just been very, very solid. Hasn't actually allowed anyone really an opportunity to get much against him.
46.
His finishing's not far off the
140.
50%. 14 from 31. That's for the entire day so far. There's just no weakness to Scott Taylor's game at the moment. And the thing is, he's walking around the stage as
134.
well like he knows it. And he's sort of projecting that onto his opponents. He's saying, I'm the man to beat, both on the oche and off the oche. He's commanding the stage. He's dominating the field.
57.
113.31 Scott Taylor. He averaged 104 in the last game. We
125.
thought, can he keep up that level? Well, he's put another 10 points on it.
100.
Rabbit in
Scott Ricard,
headlights
56.
comes to mind here for me and Ollie at the moment. It's a drop off, but you can't blame
Game
him
shot on the
because
third leg.
he's
Scott
getting hit with
Taylor.
everything. That's an 11 data for Scott Taylor. I'm running out of words to praise the man up with.
Yeah, just sublime,
Fourth
isn't
leg
it? And
Scott to throw
as
first.
you say,
Game on.
I don't think many people would have much of a reply to this, but Holtkamp finds himself in a this is a different ball game.
43.
Sometimes you just stand at the back of the stage just thinking, give me a break, give me a chance, give me something.
58.
Just stop hitting me with everything.
Yeah, arguably had a slight chance there on that opener as Scott Tayller comes back and tries to fill it up again. But
140.
it's one of those things, isn't it? When you do have that slight opportunity, you want to make the most of it, and you try possibly that little bit too hard, and the response isn't exactly
40.
what's required. And there you see again, Holtkamp just not able to find anything.
134.
think if Paul Nicholson was here, he'd be referencing the Hamburglar from The Simpsons at this point. Someone will get that reference, I'm sure. But this doesn't have long left. This is fantastic for Scott Taylor. He just wants to just fill it up all the time. Double two, it doesn't matter where he leaves.
Don't think it does. Seems to be a hit.
Scott the car.
I think he's looking at the moment. This for an emphatic victory.
24.
I don't know about you, Matt. I'm rather disappointed now.
Yeah, not good enough, Scott Taylor. Must do better.
$99. Scott the car 20.
Snarling,
Game,
growling like a
Scott Taylor.
peak John Part and playing like a three-time world champion as well, Scott Taylor. Fantastic performance once again. We asked the question, can he follow that 104.04 average of match number 3? He's gone one better, 107.36 to keep his unbeaten record going here at the Super Series. Now the question is, can he go through the card? He's got one more game to go. That's against Ted Evetts. But before then, we're going to get to see Jimmy up again. He's taking on Steve Hine.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Scott Taylor has posted the joint highest average in the Super Series in 2024, 107.36, 4 out of 8 on his doubles to beat Ollie Holtkamp by 4-0, matching the same average that Neil Duff got in week 8 in a 4-0 win against Matt Clark, a man who we're going to see at the World Seniors in a couple of weeks' time. Well, Steve Hine could be a player we may see in those particular events in the near future. He is taking on Jimmy van Schie, very much an up-and-coming player from the Netherlands. His ambitions is to make it to the Lakeside at the end of the year. Two players with a difference in height and throw at different ends of the hockey, at different ends of the table so far. Watching this one, Matt and Laura.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. And it's for today is the last chance for Steve Hine to get any points on the board. Been unfortunate. Matt and I were talking about the averages and what Steve Hine has posted so far, and on other weeks that may have got a couple of wins on the board for him, but this has just
16.
been a super competitive day so far, and I don't see it changing.
No, you do feel a bit for Steve Hine with the performances he's put in. Well, we mentioned the last couple of weeks he'd
85.
been not just winning games, but potentially winning groups. He's still got plenty of opportunity to go here. He's still got 2 days of action in Group A before a Group B or C campaign. So that's the one good thing about the Super Series. You're never really out of it at the early stage. You've always got a chance
60.
to recover your week, and you can kind of recover his day a little bit here if he was able to pick up a victory here against Jimmy, the
100.
recent winner of title in Romania. Henry saying there that he has ambitions to get to Lakeside, and that's somewhere Steve Hine's been recently as well. Picked up a couple of victories
89.
at Lakeside, made the 3rd round, going up to Thibaut Tricol, who went on to reach the final that year, losing out
140.
to
Jimmy
Neil
O'Carr,
Duff.
142.
Yeah, and all names are all quite familiar with here at the Super Series now.
56. Steve O'Carr,
Neil Duff, one of
101.
the players that will be at Champions Week.
53. Jimmy O'Carr, 86.
And the single would lead the ball. Bullseye it is.
61. Steve O'Carr,
A reprieve
48.
for Steve Hine, who will feel like he's seen all those sort of opportunities go against him throughout the day.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Gets
Steve
a second
Hine.
chance. Takes it well. Break a throw there for Steve Hine.
Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is good from Steve Hine. 140 to kick off.
140.
And there is a chance, isn't there, for some players that you can kind of drop your head when you've just been on this losing streak, when luck hasn't quite gone your way. But
60.
I think Steve Hine, very, very experienced player, and playing, as we've said before, at a good level. He knows if he can just maintain it, then
43.
the likelihood is wins will start coming his way.
Well, the one thing with that sort of mid-80 average means you're always going to get an opportunity, because it means you're sort of 6 visits to the board, which, when you're taking on a player like Jimmy, that's sort of
140.
his block of talent as well. So you know you're going to get chances that are going to present themselves. You just got to
100.
take them when they arise, and that's what he's done in that opening leg. One thing Steve Hine doesn't have, though, is a lot of winning form at the moment. Didn't have a successful Q School campaign. Was intending
81.
to try and get
Jimmy
that
O'Carr,
tour card. That was the
161.
goal. You see some players go and they're like, oh, well, I only want to get on the Challenge Tour. Steve Hine went with that ambition. He wanted to have another crack at the Pro Tour, one more go.
95. Steve O'Carr, 137. $97. Jimmy O'Carr, 66.
Nice set-up shot there for Steve Hine, but Schie here with a chance to break straight back.
$34. Steve O'Carr, 40.
Another opportunity presents itself for Steve Hine. Took it last time. Can he take it again?
He's
Yes,
shot on
he
the
can.
second
And
leg.
one dart.
Steve Hine.
2-0 Steve Hine.
You've not had a lot of winning form, and
Third leg, Jimmy to
been
throw first.
on the wrong
Game
end
on.
of results throughout the day. This is really good from Steve Hine to be able to just brush that aside and come up against a player here in Jimmy who's had a
57.
decent day as well in terms of his performances, but he does only have the one win on the board.
97.
It's funny, isn't it? The way he's been playing, you think there was more, but
100.
came up against Scott Taylor, who hit that 104, and as we saw in the last match, followed up with a 107.
22.
This is our final lap of fixtures for the day. Every player will play 5 fixtures. Jimmy Van Schie taking on Steve Hine.
100.
Then we'll be following that with Scott Taylor against Ted Evetts, and that one could be a real sort of main event clash from what we've seen from those two players throughout the day.
134.
One right out the very top draw. Then we finish off with Sebastian Bialecki against Ollie Holtkamp. Before we come back tomorrow 9:30 for day 2 of Group A action.
100. 100. Jimmy O'Carr 144. 54. Steve O'Carr
Big ask
148.
here for Steve Hine, but would see him stretch his lead. Can't, but what can he leave on?
96. Jimmy O'Carr 90.
Well, Jimmy's had a couple of opportunities in this match, not been able to take them. It might have to be a big safe 20. Oh, he's gone aggressive and he's ended up coming low. He's hit the dart, lost the dart to the floor.
38. Steve O'Carr 52.
I think the option there was to go over the top, be big safe 20, maybe even up towards the tops. And that's something Steve Hine's been hitting without problem.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Still
Steve Hine.
continues to hit without problem. He's a leg away from his first victory here in week 12 at the Super Series.
Ball takes Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and that's interesting. It's possibly the first time I've seen in the day that he's really made quite a bad decision.
45.
Have to agree with you. I think big 20 was the goal, just giving yourself that chance.
Great doubling though here
97.
from Steve Hine. 3 from 3. Not missed a dart at tops. This is his preferred target. I remember we used to play different practice
58.
games together and you'd be able to take it in turns in picking a match, and Steve Hine would always pick X amount of darts at tops. First one to 10, first one. And because I wasn't very good at tops and
100.
he was very good at it, he'd always make it like an unrealistic, like first to 25 on tops.
Hey, if you let him pick, there's,
60.
there's nothing wrong with picking a game you've got the advantage in.
$58. $140.
Yeah, well timed. Third 140 there of Steve Hine. Just potentially could have run away with it, Jimmy, in this leg, but last couple of visits struggling to find a
58.
treble and doesn't find one now.
$174.
What a setup shot that is from Steve Hine. Man who's yet to miss a dart a double is going to get 3 darts for the first victory of his Group A campaign here.
60. Steve O'Carr 24.
He may have some time on his hands.
18. Jimmy O'Carr
Well,
128.
moving away from tops, and he doesn't hit. He's got to try and come to the very south of the board, provided he doesn't see Jimmy take out the 128. It's a great opening dart. Another one of those. Opts to go for the 14s.
88. Steve O'Carr
And
6.
Hine, 3 more darts for the match.
Getting shot on the match.
Yeah, and it is Steve Hine that does get his first victory of the day, an emphatic 4-0 win over Jimmy Van Schie. An important couple of points on the board. Steve Hine just maintaining that consistency we've seen from him all day, 85-89 average, but great on the doubles. Didn't miss any at tops until that very last leg, but finds the target in the end. And coming up next, we have our penultimate match, and that is between Scott Taylor and Ted Evetts.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Hine rounded off his day with a 4-0 success against Jimmy Van Schie. So, a winner piece for the pair of them. The victor of this game between Scott Taylor and Ted Evetts will be the player people will be looking up to going into day 2. Scott Taylor can complete the card with victory in this one, whilst Ted Evetts can join Scott Taylor, joint top on 8 points if he picks up the spoils on this one. It's been a good debut day for Super Ted. Can he complete 4 out of 5? Or can that man there, Scott Taylor, who is so accustomed to winning on this stage, make it the perfect Monday? Matt, Laura.
Game on.
Yeah, well, that is the question. This, to me, at the beginning of the day, this was the one I was looking forward to, probably the most. And even more so, now I've seen what Scott Taylor has been producing. Can he do the same here against Ted Evetts? Ted Evetts has been relatively consistent, had that one game that he will probably want to forget about quite quickly, had that 4-0 loss against Holtkamp. But other than that, has been very consistent around the mid-90s mark. So what can the pair of these bring?
49.
You feel the pair of them as well would have walked in the practice room this morning and sort of eyeballed each other as, ooh, you're the guy I want to beat. You're the guy who could cost me this group. And the way in which the days unfolded, they are the two big hitters. No one more so.
100.
Scott Taylor. Two averages comfortably over the 100 mark. But that will feel a distant memory should he leave this venue with defeat.
96.
Yeah, I think Ted just dropped one of his darts there. Scott just taking a quick pause.
100.
That's the one thing, isn't it? When it is an emptier room, then those little things you can hear.
Well, we might be hearing the big cry of Paul Hinks, the 180 from Ted Evetts. Perfectly timed.
48. Ted Ricard 80.
Should bring in at least a dart here to break Scott Taylor, a man who's had everything go his own way so far.
Game shot on the first leg. Ted Evetts.
Faces adversity for the first time. We've seen him front run, we've seen him dominate games.
Second leg, Ted to throw first.
Can we see
Game
him
on.
now turn one around? Different feel up there all of a sudden for Scott Taylor. A feeling he's not been quite used to here at week 12.
37.
No, definitely off the pace, Scott Taylor in the opening leg.
140.
But there, that throw just seemed to have a bit more urgency about it. Back to that aggression that we've seen him use so well in earlier matches.
Was it the Hulk who said you won't like him when he's angry?
Yeah.
100.
Well, I said he's got a top one that reminds me of Harley Quinn, so it's all that sort of DC characters.
125.
I'm not really into my magazines and things.
DC or Marvel? I'm never sure which one's which. They're probably on different ones, aren't they?
I'm sure there's going to be lots of people tweeting in now, or Xing in now, should I say, just like...
58. Sorry, 42.
Doesn't have the same ring, does it? I'm going to X.
No. I'd still call it a tweet. Everyone knows what we
95.
mean. For now, anyway.
$100. Scott Ricard 141.
Well, it was a case of different scenario here for Scott Taylor, who weren't having everything his own way like he had in the opening game. How will he respond? How will he react? Perfectly. Leaves double 12 after 12.
$140. Scott Ricard 24.
Yeah, as you say, superb response. Just needs to see it out, and he does.
Game shot on
Right,
his second
he's won a
leg.
piece.
Scott Taylor. Third leg, Scots is through first. Game on. $140.
Yeah, now it's kind of a case of, was that opening leg from Scott Taylor here just a bit of a blip?
96.
Is he back on track?
So he's got that pace back in
140.
the action again now, hasn't he? And sometimes different players, when you play different opponents, they will obviously play with different paces. Ted Evetts a little bit more deliberate, and it can just take you a leg or two sometimes just to get used to the pacing of the
81.
match. See Scott Taylor there, straight to the hockey, dying to get on with the fixture.
180.
Doing the old Gary Anderson stand on the hockey, the Rob Cross kicking it. Just trying to fill that time up with a little bit of activity. But time is something he's
180.
not taking too much of in this fixture. A possible 11 darter here for Scott Taylor.
1. Tedukar 144.
Ted unable to back it up. Back up at 180. So Taylor back for tops.
94. Scott Lucar 40. Game shot on the third leg. Scott
Yeah,
Taylor.
no problem there for Scott Taylor, who kind of questions why it didn't go in the last time, looking at that hand gesture towards the board.
Fourth leg, Ted to throw first. Game on.
He just expects everything to go in now, doesn't he? He's expecting perfection. It could be the perfect day in regards to the win and loss column. He's now just 2
99.
legs away from a perfect day going through the card, 5 from 5. It's a genuine possibility now for Scott Taylor.
96. $140. 94.
Yeah, good switch there from Scott Taylor, making sure of the treble. Ted Evetts with the advantage here.
$135.
Yeah, and leaves himself on that infamous 127.
140. Tedukar
And we all hope
127.
that it does get hit every time Paul Hinks is up there on the stage.
$63. $95. Tedukar 64.
Well, delivers up 2 apiece, 64 required.
$32. Scott Lucar 76.
Yeah, and these are the chances that I just don't think you can afford to give Scott Taylor when he's in this mood.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Now he's throwing first for that perfect day. The going through the card
Fifth leg,
scenario,
Scott
a
to throw
man that's
first.
been
Game
around
on.
darts now for over 10 years. He picked up his first Challenge Tour title in 2016. We thought that might be the moment that
60.
he starts to kick on. He won his tour card in 2017, defeating Antonio Alcinas of Spain in the third day of action. He then the
140.
final of a Pro Tour, and it just seemed like steady progress, but somewhere along the way lost his
100.
direction. Looks to be playing the darts of his life right now, Scott Taylor.
Yeah, I agree, and I think Ted may look back on this if it does go the way of Scott Taylor.
140.
Had opportunities to make it 2 apiece. Has to be taken against a man playing the way that Scott Taylor is.
140. 140. $91. Ted, you can't 81.
Well, Ted again. No doubt he's another opportunity. Down to 81 after 9. Been a very good response once again. Double 13. Just clips the inside.
68. Scott your car 110.
High power scoring game. 21 scores.
92. Ted your car 13.
A ton or more. We nearly ended it with a ton plus finish as well. 2 fours for Ted.
Game
To
from the
stop
fifth
Taylor
leg.
getting
Ted
to
Evetts.
fours. And that is one of the breaks of throws that Ted Evetts is going to need to
Six
turn
leg
this
Ted to
victory
throw
around.
first. Game on.
Just watching Scott Taylor at the, back of
97.
the stage. Looks like he's preparing to walk into the octagon rather than up to the hockey.
58.
Yeah, arguably two very contrasting personas up there on the stage. But nevertheless, both players
140.
really are going blow for blow when it comes to the scoring.
$59. $60. $96.
All of a sudden, we're getting a bit of a scrap on our hands here. Ted Evetts continuing to improve his performance closer to that 100 average. But Scott Taylor will have the advantage of throw if it does go all the way.
90.
He's just lost his way a little bit towards the back end of this game, and against a player like Ted Evetts, cannot afford to give too many
59.
opportunities.
Tedricar 114.
Single 14 leaves tops to level the match once again.
74. $134. Tedricar 40.
To send us all away. Beautiful lie there for Ted Evetts,
shown
and it
the
was just
sixth
so
leg. Ted
inviting. And Ted Evetts takes us to a deciding leg. Scott Taylor will have the
Seven
advantage of
final
throw.
leg,
Can he
Scott to throw
regain
first?
that
Game
form and go through the card with a perfect day? Or will Ted Evetts spoil the party?
140.
Well, so dominant has Taylor been throughout today. This is the first time that he's actually gone to 3 apiece. Every other match he's won has been 4-2 or better.
134.
But it's kind of what we were expecting, wasn't it? Tight match between the pair.
Well, we said it was a
100.
main event style clash, and we're certainly getting that. Both players in the very high 90s on the averages. But this all just comes down to who can hold it together. Ted Evetts is just staying with Scott Taylor, hoping for a mistake,
140.
hoping for a Taylor treble-less visit.
60.
Those hopes and those prayers have just been answered. Advantage Ted Evetts.
Yeah, doors open and Ted looking to step through.
140.
Showing that class and that quality, and that experience he's gained over a long time on the PDC Pro Tour.
57.
And he may have a bit more time on his
87.
hands here than he expected. 87 points away from dishing up Scott Taylor's first defeat of the day. Gives him the full respect. In the 20 and the ball.
62. Squad of car 144.
Well, what's Scott Taylor got left? Another one of those. So Ted back for 25 for the match.
116. Ted of car 25.
Options. 9 for double 8, the chosen route for Ted Evetts.
9.
Scott Taylor survives. Match darts. 3 match darts in total. Ted Evetts did all the hard work. But he will be back. Taylor can't take the match darts.
No score. Ted of car 16.
Yeah, opts to bust it, but Ted with another chance here.
Game shot on the
And
match.
on this occasion, Ted does take it. Game that did not disappoint, went the distance, but in the end, there's your eventual winner. Super Ted wins 4-3 over Scott Taylor, denying him the opportunity to run through the card today, and averages there 96.43 for Ted, 92.06 for Scott Taylor. Just a bit of double trouble towards the end, but entertaining nonetheless. But we have one final game. Do come back and join us where we see Sebastian Bialecki take on Ole Holtkamp.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined alongside Ted Evetts backstage. Ted, first day here at the Super Series, 4 wins from 5. It felt like you acclimatised yourself to the stage quite quickly.
Yeah, I felt fairly comfortable up there, and I think some of the performances shown. Third game, obviously not too happy with, and my own performance and stuff, but Ollie played well, and yeah, I feel I'm enjoying myself, and I haven't done that for a little while. It feels like a mini Euro tour almost kind of set up there, so yeah, it almost feels like home.
Is this year key for you in terms of resetting? Obviously, you haven't just lost the tour card last year, coming to places like this, and you said you want to try and enjoy it again, but also pressing that reset button and maybe to a certain extent learning how to win again as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's always hard getting I was getting battered week in, week out, really. I wasn't playing anywhere close to what I was, and the games where I was starting to wake up just didn't seem to be enough at times. So, yeah, it's just for myself, try and find a bit of form, more consistency. I mean, the consistency is the thing that's always killed my game. But then if I found my top form all the time, I wouldn't be here. So it's a frustration one.
So to a certain extent, could it be the perfect vehicle for you? Because you talk about consistency. You've got so many games on the stage, and to be successful in that format, you need to find that level of consistency.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the word consistency is literally the only thing that separates people like myself from people like, well, I'm not going to go and say Gezi, Michael, Luke at the moment. Like, they're just ridiculous standard when they're on top form. But it's what separates us, in my opinion, from sort of that top 32, top 20, top 16 potential, because they do it more than we do. So, yeah.
Just fine. Could the biggest thing you learn here is possibly learn how to win again?
Yeah, I mean, winning's easily the best habit you can have. I mean, I messaged Humphreys after each of his majors, and I was just like, it's getting like too much at the moment. Like, fair play to you. Like, what a habit to have of winning. Same as Littler. Like, once you're in the habit of winning games and playing, not necessarily always your best stuff, but if you can scrape the games and get over the line when you need to, it's worth more than numbers and stuff. Just as long as you've got the W on your side, that's all you need.
And who knows, that WhatsApp exchange might be the other way round come Saturday night.
Well, yeah, hopefully.
Well, great day one, Ted. Great to have you here. Thank you for your time. One more game for us to go. Ollie Holtkamp up against Sebastian Bialecki, and that's going to be watched in the company of Laura Turner and Matthew Edgar.
Really interesting there to hear from Ted Evetts and talk about the time of dropping off the tour. And I agree with what Henry's asking there. Do you get that habit of winning back again? Because when you drop off the tour, it's because you've lost that feeling of winning, and you almost have those years of chasing and looking over your shoulder. Who's going to come up and potentially take my position? Am I going to be able to get into events such as the Players' Championships, the World Championships? So you tend to be looking around you all the time rather than just getting on with a task, which is something he's going to be able to do here, and it's something he's done quite well on the opening day. Only that midday wobble, but certainly recovered well from that, a 97 and a 96. And did say that it felt like a mini Euro tour up there, which is not the first time I've heard that, and I certainly said the same. The perception of the stage up there and the throw, it very replicate to that of a European tour.
Yeah, and you say someone who had a slight wobble, arguably Sebastian Bialecki didn't start off the day how he would have liked, but has definitely backed up towards the tail end. Got that 4-3 win over Steve Hine. Followed it up with a 4-2 win over Jimmy Van Schie. So 2 out of the 4 matches so far. Could look at ending on quite a positive note himself.
I think it's been a positive day really for both here. I think Holtkamp, when he came into this, he's already picked up 2 victories so far today. I think if he said you'll get 2 victories on day one on your debut, I think he'd have took that, especially when he
first leg, Sebastian through first. Game on.
Bialecki, as you mentioned, lost those opening 2 fixtures, got a chance to end with a hat-trick of wins, which will keep him in contention for being able to win this Group A, which
96.
ultimately is what all the players want to do. Get those couple of days off, go down the seafront, have an ice cream. Don't think the roller coasters are open yet.
No, not quite the right time of year, is it? But yeah, ultimately, the goal is to make it through to Saturday's finals.
180.
And now you just hear that iconic call of a 180 from Paul Hinks.
59.
One of the most used 180 calls. We've all got it, haven't we? When you hit a 180 at home, when you're in your living room or your bedroom, wherever you've got your dartboard, and you hit the 180. Everyone's got a 180 call, and it's always a rip-off of one of the iconic referees.
It just always reminds me of that kind of comedic sketch that they did with Dan Dawson on that time, where it was a bottle of matey, and you kind of went through all these different calls, but absolutely such an iconic call.
Is that when you had a latte?
It was indeed.
Yeah, I did enjoy that one. I've watched it a few times, to be fair.
138.
This
Sebastian Carr 52. Game shot in the first leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
But a great opening leg there from Bialecki. 13 darter. Showing
Second
his
leg already through first.
passing
Game on.
qualities. Showing a lot today, actually. A lot of fighting qualities as well. So hard up there when it doesn't start well to be able to turn it around
85.
and almost leave with plan B or plan C rather than what you originally wanted. But Bialecki has been able to almost be robotic in his approach to each individual fixture.
180.
Yeah, and this is a fantastic start from him so far in this second leg. And yeah, you have to say
136.
it's a real testament to his character, because it can be quite easy to let your head drop when the first two don't go your way and you're kind of fighting. And he did really have to fight for that 4-3 victory over Steve Hine. But since then, I think that was just the settler that he kind of needed
100.
and has kicked on. And wow, really kicking on here in his final match.
Just looking through the results, the averages, the stat, everything that we've had today, I don't think there's going to be a single player leave here today probably not happy with how the day's gone. I think everyone's going to be able to take enough positives from the day. I think if anyone leaves here disappointed, I think it's
100.
probably more of a testament to their character rather than sort of it's been a bad day for anyone. Because I mean, even Steve Hine, who's only won the one game,
140.
he won the
Sebastian
last
Carr
game and he's been averaging in the
121.
mid-80s all the way through.
Yeah, I totally agree. And like you say, it's probably about character. I imagine the one that may walk away a little bit disappointed is actually
97.
Scott Taylor,
Oliver
although he's
Carr,
got
40.
the 4 wins. Probably would have liked to have seen it out in that final victory.
Game shot in the second leg. Ollie
Did have
Holtkamp.
darts, didn't he? Did have match darts opportunity, wasn't able to take them.
Third leg. Sebastian to through first. Game on.
Come to the board, 3 darts in hand at double 14. A chance to have gone through the card instead. Gets 4 wins, joined by Ted Evetts on 4 wins.
96.
Bialecki looking to make it 3 wins. Holtkamp looking to make it 3 wins himself. Gets the feel that this is going to be one of
80.
those groups that isn't decided till very, very late on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's one of those ones you need your calculator out.
125. 137. 100. 116.
They really have maintained just such a high level throughout the entire field. I think just looking through briefly, just a couple of averages that have dipped below the 80 mark. Pretty much everything else has been between kind of mid to low 80s, right the way through to
60.
that wonderful 107 that we saw from Scott Taylor.
I'm sure, and this is always up for interpretation and up for debate, but
43.
I would go as far as saying this is
120.
one of the best Mondays I've ever seen at the Super Series.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's, in terms of standard, it's been absolutely brilliant from the very first game right the way through
68.
to this one here, where we're seeing
Oliver Carr,
Sebastian
125.
Bialecki averaging just around the 107 mark. Holtkamp around the mid-90s.
Too good,
109.
as they say.
Sebastian Carr 52.
Double 16 for
Game shot on the third
Bialecki to
leg.
regain the
Sebastian
lead.
Bialecki.
Yeah, you've got to agree, everybody been
Fourth leg Ollie to
at
throw
their best
first.
throughout
Game
the
on.
day. Everyone raising their standards over the last sort of 12 months.
9.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that there. you mentioned before, just there's that slight pause in between the legs that's required. And I think Holtkamp just forgotten, maybe just put himself off ever so slightly there.
It is something unique
38.
only to the Super Series, just that little 10-second delay in between the closing of a leg and the opening of a new one.
42.
Yeah, to me sometimes it's a testament that when it is forgotten, that's just how embroiled the player is in that certain match. He was unlucky when 4-1-2-5 hit the 2 bullseyes, teed it up, and Bialecki in the last leg
140.
took out the 52.
$97.
At first dart again for Bialecki. Certainly been the strongest one of the 3 for him today.
137.
He's making his move now in this fixture, making his move to the finishing line.
140.
He's outscored Holtkamp's 12 darts with his 9. Meaning this is a set-up opportunity.
60.
Yeah, Nagabeat would have wanted more from that. You see him stretching his arm out in the back.
$177.
That starts, isn't it? That is how easy
126.
someone feels like they're in control of the leg, and it can slip away.
Well, this is what we're saying about the standard today. That it's not just about the numbers and the averages, it's about the enjoyable stories and journeys.
87.
One
Oliver
leg
Carr,
looking like it's
36.
over, the 2 in and the throw in. The match has been so unpredictable.
18. Sebastian Car,
Maybe
39.
now it will go to the more predictable outcome. Sebastian Bialecki, favourite to win this fixture. Before a dart was thrown,
Game shot on
he's
the
now a
fourth
leg
leg.
away from
Sebastian
confirming that
Bialecki.
favouritism.
Fifth leg, Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Before a dart was thrown, Sebastian Bialecki 4-11
100.
favourite, 2-1 available on Ollie Holtkamp.
99.
Bialecki was the favourite to win the week. I do think, though, a lot of attention is going to have moved to Scott Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Taylor has been the standout player despite that loss in the very last leg.
140.
The very last match against Ted Evetts. Has been consistently the top performer.
45. $91.
Well, Bialecki could finish this in
100.
style.
Sebastian Ricard,
Doesn't
170.
need to go for the big fish. But what a way to win. Another one of those. Needs the ball.
Game
Ah,
shot
an
on the mark.
absolutely
Sebastian
fantastic finish there from Sebastian Bialecki. Didn't have to go for it, but why not? Absolutely outstanding stuff. And that is a 4-1 victory for Sebastian Bialecki. 104 average he finishes off on. With Holtkamp averaging of just over the 90 mark, but missed starts, missed opportunities, missed the 1 from 5 from him. But absolutely fantastic. I think after the way Bialecki started off the day, he will be absolutely delighted by the way he ended it. That 170 finish. Well, we can go over and join Henry and Matt Eggert on the stage.
Thank you very much, Laura. I tell you what, Matt, what a day we've enjoyed here. We've had big ton plus averages, big fishes. Really, the only thing we missed was a 9.
Enjoyed. That's the key word for me there. I really enjoyed today. I hope the viewers have as well, because that's as good as it gets today. The amount of ton plus averages, big finishes, the 2 and forwards, the battles, everything that's come with that, the stories that have developed, players that
sort of lost cards like Ted Evetts coming here and rediscovering some form and playing well. Scott Taylor had been absolutely sensational. What a day.
It really has been, and the 15 games that we had really were in full. And let's just remind you of what we have seen today at the Super Series. Well, Scott Taylor and Ted Evetts, well, they're poles apart from the rest of the group, but Sebastian Bialecki has put on a surge at the back end of the session. We'll begin with Bialecki. He hit the big fish there in that last game against Ollie Holtkamp. Got off to a slow start, lost his first couple of matches, but after that, we saw some real good stuff from the pole.
If this was Thursday or Friday or a 2-day Group A, that would be where the problem lies. However, this is a 3-day group. There's always time and opportunity. He's still got to play those players above him twice in the table. So there's plenty of opportunity still for Sebastian Bialecki to put himself into a good position. He's in a good position after day one. Certainly didn't look like that after the first couple of games. So real good quality there to see, because he is somebody who's sort of thrown away a couple of big leads in the past.
Well, I suppose Sebastian Bialecki, I suppose you'll have to rename him the cardboard box, won't we? Because he got the big fish and the little fish today.
I don't even know what to say to that.
In terms of his performance, I've killed Matt here, but in terms of his performance, as I say, towards that latter end, he was finding those fish. He didn't have to go for that one at the very end of that particular match. But in terms of his performances, when he needed to raise the levels, he did.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. He really has. And when you look at what he's produced and the way in which he has done that, it's so easy when you start off bad. I mean, I've been on this stage before. I've started terribly before. And you get carried away with it. You get drawn into that battle and you do sort of lose sight of where you are in the table. And you sort of feel like you're coming up and everything's like, it's got to be a win. It's got to be a win. I can't let this get away from me. He didn't drop into that mindset. I've called him a Terminator before in the past, Sebastian Bialecki. And that was sort of the vibe I was getting from him today as well. It didn't matter what has come and gone before. Didn't matter even, it's just all about that next dart. Not even about the next three. It's just dart at a time. It's how he should be. And the fact that he's doing that at 20 years old is fantastic.
Well, two players really dominated day one, Ted Evetts and Scott Taylor. Let's begin with Ted Evetts first, because look, when you just come off the tour, there's a big weight of expectations on your shoulders when you play in this particular competition. You were in that similar position a couple of years ago. Can it go one of two ways in the fact that you can either be A, felt like the one that's being shot at, or B, the fact that you can kind of call it a clean slate?
When I did it, I came in and I was, as brash, of course I was, and I came in thinking, I'm the big cheese in this and I'm the man to beat. And I don't get that really from a character like Ted, just because of his personality being very different. I feel he just feels it's all a continuum. He is in that ilk of Josh Payne, who literally is so focused and one-track minded that what he wants is his tour card back at the earliest possibility. Josh Payne had this a year ago, and he came here, he used this as experience, he used the Challenge Tour, he did as much darts as he could within that year, with the big goal of getting that card back, and he did. And I think Ted Evetts is going to follow a very, very similar path.
Look, we don't expect him to play rip-roaring heights every single day, but if he can play around about this level, he is going to cause danger all year long.
Not just in a week, but we're talking Champions Weeks, we're talking not just here Challenge Tours, anywhere he decides to play his darts. He did say as well he might even do a couple of WDF events this year, because he likes travelling, he likes getting out. One thing you do when you're on that tour is you get caught up in a bubble where, I'm going to Barnsley, I'm going to Wigan, Hildesheim, that's something different, until you do it 20 odd times a year, and then it's back to Barnsley. So he's just been in that bubble where he's seen the same things over and over. So I think he's going to really enjoy this year to sort of get out there and do some different bits, but at the same time, ultimately he wants to be back at the Wigans and the Leicesters.
Well, that Iceland Masters has just got that step harder to retain, hasn't it? Right, let's have a chat about Scott Taylor, because he won each of his first four matches before losing out to Ted Evetts in that decider. Had averages of 104, had averages of 107 in there, the joint record average for this year alongside Neil Duff. After those first four games, you just thought that he's just going to breeze through proceedings.
He looked invincible. He looked fantastic. He looked really in control of his emotions. He had really good controlled aggression, and he was putting in some really good performances. When he hit the 104, it's like, right, that's the heights. And then he went and rose it again. He'll be disappointed, though, to have not left here going through the card. He had the opportunity. He had 3 darts in hand. any player who's in that position where you approach Bialecki with 3 darts in hand to win the match and you don't do it, you're going to walk off disappointed regardless of how the match has gone. He was in that situation, missed the chance to go through the card. That might come back to bite him come Wednesday afternoon.
Could be one of those infamous Matthew Edgar red pen moments. Right, let's have a chat about the ADC qualifiers that are in action this week. And in particular, Jimmy Van Schie, who came into this with a lot of expectation, done very well. WDF Dutch Open yesterday, got through to the final of that particular competition. Did we perhaps put too much pressure on his shoulders on an opening day?
That's not for us to put the pressure on the shoulders. Essentially what we're saying is no relevance to him as a player, and they shouldn't really be listening or taking any note of what we're saying in terms of that. It should all be about him managing his expectations and what he should be doing. And I think he came on here today and he's wanted to be here. He was angling to be here. He asked to be here and was told no. He had to go to the qualifiers, and it almost put a bee in his bonnet. He's like, I'm good enough to be on that stage. I want to be on that stage. I'm going to go to the qualifiers and show you what I can do. And he did. He won 4 of them. So we're going to see a lot of him this year. We're going to see a lot of him probably throughout the various tours, because if he carries on like this, we might even see him get some Pro Tour call-ups.
Quite possibly. And if you are an up-and-coming aspiring player and you want to chance your arm possibly with a spot here at the MODUS Super Series, have a look at your local ADC in the United Kingdom. That is at Dart Circuit on Twitter. Or if you're based in the European Union, head over to ADC Europe. You can find them on social media and via their websites as well. There's plenty of qualifying tour dates in the Europe and as well as Open Series events in the UK where you could play on this stage and maybe emulate the likes of Luke Littler and Jim McEwen in terms of success. Right, let's have a look at the table following the first day's play here at the Super Series. 2 players tied at the top of the pile. Really is a bit of a separation in the group following the first day's play. Scott Taylor and Ted Evetts both top of the pile, 8 points to their name, but Scott Taylor with that fantastic legs difference there of +10. In matter of fact, Scott Taylor could have won a maximum of 20 legs today. He won 19 of them. The only one that he dropped was to Ted Evetts, who picked up that game late on. Sebastian Bialecki in 3rd place on 6 points. Those other 3 players down the bottom end of the table. Let's just quickly look ahead then to tomorrow, Matt, and what you think could possibly happen.
More of the same, please. Please, more of the same. That's what I want to happen. I think that's what we're going to get as well. I think it's going to be more of the same. I don't rule anybody out. We saw Steve Hine get that win at the end of the day. He's been running mid-80 averages all day. We've just come off the back of a few weeks where if he was throwing those darts in those weeks, he'd have won them. And today he ended up leaving here just scratching 2 points. But that means he's in there. He's in the mix. He's fighting. He's close. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. I think we're going to see quite a bit of movement.
Matt, thank you very much for your company on day one. Thank you to Laura Turner as well. And thank you for your company for joining us throughout the duration of the day as well here at the MODUS Super Series. And what an intriguing first day it has been to our final week of qualification. Well, Super Ted came out the blocks, but Scott Taylor is the one who has the power at the top of the table.